Muy buenos días. Estamos ya a punto de iniciar. Estamos con una transmisión en vivo, así que, por favor, todos en sus asientos. ¿Listos? Listo. Vamos a iniciar la sesión. Vale, muy bien. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos al taller de entrenamiento. Mi nombre es Larisa Trejo de la Organización de los Estados Americanos y yo voy a estar moderando el día de hoy las sesiones del taller denominado Creando capacidades sobre herramientas y metodologías basadas en ciencia y datos para la gestión integrada de los recursos hídricos de la Cuenca del Plata, primera edición, Acceso a Datos. No quisiera iniciar el taller sin antes agradecer al anfitrión de este taller, el Ministerio de Obras Públicas, el subsecretario Gustavo Villauría y todo su equipo. Muchísimas gracias por recibirnos y abrir las puertas de su casa y ser el anfitrión de este taller. Muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo también en la gestión de todo su equipo y del taller en general. Además, darle la bienvenida al Comité Intergubernamental Coordinador de los Países de la Cuenca del Plata, el SIC, su equipo y todos los funcionarios de los países de Argentina, Bolivia, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay aquí presentes y también los que están conectados de manera remota en Zoom, que vemos que hay 24 participantes. También este taller está siendo transmitido en vivo desde el canal de YouTube del Instituto Nacional del INA, del Agua, del INA. Bienvenidos y muchísimas gracias también a los aliados estratégicos y organizadores de este taller, el Departamento de Estado de los Estados Unidos y el Grupo de Trabajo Interinstitucional del Agua, Equipo de Ciencia y Aplicaciones ISAT, conformado por el Cuerpo de Ingenieros del Ejército de los Estados Unidos y NASA, además de la Organización de los Estados Americanos, OEA. Okay. Listo, bueno. Les recuerdo también que el taller es un evento híbrido con participantes en sitio y de manera remota en Zoom. El evento cuenta con traducción simultánea en inglés y español. Para los participantes en Zoom, les pedimos por favor activar el botón de traducción que se encuentra en la parte baja y derecha de la pantalla de Zoom. A los aquí presentes, les recuerdo que los headsets tienen en la parte inferior, la parte de atrás, deberían de activar y encender los headsets, el botón hacia arriba. Y para el canal de español es el canal A y el canal en inglés es el canal B. O sea que si presionan el botón, deberían de estar escuchando el inglés y si quitan el botón, deberían de estar escuchando el español. Además, para los participantes en Zoom, para solicitar cualquier apoyo técnico o comunicarse con el equipo organizador o panelistas, tenemos la función de preguntas y respuestas activa para que expongan sus preguntas o comentarios. A los participantes en el salón, Les recordamos que habrá un espacio de diálogo, retroalimentación al final del día. Y también si tienen cualquier consulta a lo largo de las sesiones, por favor siéntanse en la libertad de levantar la mano y nosotros les hacemos llegar el micrófono. Para la conexión a Internet, cada una de las mesas tiene un sticker con el nombre de la red y el password para poder conectarse. Bueno, esto es lo que estaba diciendo. Y ahora, bueno, sin más, me complace dar inicio a la sesión de apertura. Así que por favor le pediría al subsecretario Gustavo Villauría, Juan Carlos Alurralde del SIC, Marc Lambrides de la OEA que está conectado en línea y Jenna si pueden acercarse enfrente para la sesión de apertura.
Bueno, listo.
Gustavo tiene la palabra.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Un gran placer recibirlos acá a los hermanos de Cuenca del Plata. Este es un trabajo de larga data, de largo tiempo, que empezamos allá por hace más de 1 año y medio. Y el objetivo principal es dotar de capacidades en nuestra región, dotar de condiciones para que podamos acceder a la mejor tecnología disponible y que podamos llevar adelante un proceso que beneficie a nuestra población, dotando de información en tiempo y forma que nos permitan gestionar mejor en el ámbito de recursos hídricos, gestionar las emergencias, gestionar la operación y el mantenimiento de nuestros sistemas y garantizar las condiciones que tenemos de nuestra región, de nuestra cuenca, que tenemos una condición muy vasta de recursos hídricos, pero con una variabilidad muy grande y los desafíos nuevos que nos impone el cambio climático que nos llevan a ser más eficientes y mejor preparados para poder avanzar y dotarnos de condiciones adecuadas para la producción, para el consumo de agua potable, para las condiciones de toda nuestra región, para la energía, para la navegación, para los usos comunes y por supuesto para preservar y cuidar el medio ambiente para las generaciones futuras. El objetivo de este taller es darnos las herramientas y las condiciones para que todos nosotros y nosotras podamos tener una posibilidad concreta de disponer las herramientas tecnológicas y los sensores remotos que cada uno de nuestros países dispone y podamos poner en funcionamiento. Esto es una colaboración recíproca y sin duda hay siempre un hermano mayor que es el que nos da más elementos y más condiciones, pero también los hermanos menores podemos dar elementos, dar condiciones, dar situaciones. Argentina ha puesto el satélite SAC-C, que está disponible en toda la región con información libre y disponible para todos. Estamos calibrándolo dentro de la red hidrológica nacional con sensores en tierra para poder calibrar y mejorar esa condición que está calibrado para una región agrícola, pero queremos tenerlo calibrado para todo el país y que pueda servir para la región. Valores como humedad del suelo, valores que son esenciales para la producción, pero también tenemos los problemas de las cianobacterias y de las algas que afectan a nuestras tomas de agua potable. También tenemos la bajante extraordinaria que hemos vivido del río Paraná y de la Cuenca del Plata durante un periodo de más de 2 años y medio. También tenemos muchas condiciones para ver sobre el uso de agua subterránea, los acuíferos de nuestra región, el acuífero guaraní, el irendato batarijeño. Tenemos varios de estos elementos que a través de sensores remotos vamos a poder mejorar nuestra gestión, dotarla de elementos tecnológicos y de capacidades locales para poder avanzar en la gestión. Yo quiero agradecer sobremanera a OEA, al Cuerpo de Ingenieros Americanos, a la NASA, al ISAT, al Servicio Geológico también, y a todas las áreas que están permitiendo esta capacitación. Esta capacitación sabemos que lleva recursos, y estos recursos siempre son poco disponibles, pero también hemos comprobado en el SIC que los encuentros presenciales, a donde nos vemos directamente, a donde trabajamos juntos y a donde estamos desarrollando trabajos articulados, sin duda es la mejor herramienta para la gestión interjurisdiccional, compartida, colaborativa, como la quieramos llamar, pero el trabajo común entre todos ayuda a interpretar mejor la naturaleza, a interpretar mejor las condiciones naturales y a prestar un servicio hacia nuestra población, que es el beneficiario último de nuestras capacidades y nuestras condiciones. Desde ya que tenemos una capacidad amplia para ver, para conocer, para aprender, y también tenemos una representatividad amplia de toda la región, con capacidades de distintos sectores, de distintas áreas. El interés que ha despertado en Argentina es muy amplio, desde los sectores de la meteorología, de la geología, de la distribución regional y provincial. Todo esto nos ha puesto en alerta a tratar de generar no solo la presencialidad, sino también la transmisión de este evento, y que estoy seguro que en los demás países pasa exactamente lo mismo. Muchas gracias, disfruten de la partida. Buenos Aires y Argentina es una ciudad buena para disfrutar. La situación climática con estas lluvias es un poco compleja, pero todo estaba previsto y era lo que preparamos para recibirlos en esta condición. Así que, bueno, muchas gracias y los dejo con el secretario.
Muchas gracias. Un saludo muy afectuoso, queridas hermanas, hermanos. A Gustavo, claro, nuestro gran anfitrión que nos recibe aquí en Buenos Aires. También quiero saludar al hermano Mac Lambritz, director de desarrollo de la OEA, a Shena, asesor principal del Departamento de Estado, al hermano Tobin Nelson, a Jennifer Reinen, a nuestros hermanos Jones, nuestros queridos amigos Jones, científico de USACE y de la NASA, respectivamente, a todas y todos presentes. Bueno, Gustavo ya ha hablado de toda la parte técnica que ya no puedo repetir, que es realmente tan importante esta capacitación para todos nosotros. Pero yo tengo que comentar como secretario del SIC que la Cuenca del Plata es sin duda una de las más importantes del mundo, ¿no? No solamente porque es la quinta cuenca más grande del mundo, sino porque sus características biológicas, socioeconómicas. Tenemos un área de 3 millones de kilómetros cuadrados, más de 110 millones de personas viviendo, el 70% del Producto Interno Bruto de nuestros países, pero además es la cuenca de mayor exportación de alimentos del mundo, ¿no? Fíjense todas las características de esta cuenca, que sumados a su mega biodiversidad, la constituyen sin duda alguna una de las más importantes cuencas del mundo por la cantidad, variedad también de endemismo y ictiofauna. Entonces, características económicas, sociales, y también biológicas, ¿no? Bueno, el agua es un elemento de interés público y colectivo, no solo para los seres humanos, sino para todos los seres vivos y la naturaleza, y por supuesto es un bien común global esencial para la reproducción de la vida. Nosotros, los seres humanos, siempre hemos querido gestionar el agua. Hemos tratado de controlarla, tratar de regularla, y hemos construido un montón de estructuras, infraestructuras, servicios de provisión de agua, etcétera, pero que si son mal gestionados, pueden crear desigualdades y pueden crear desequilibrios, ¿no? Entonces, allí nace la gestión integral de cuencas transfronterizas, ¿no? Con el objetivo de mitigar los conflictos entre países, construir la paz y construir la colaboración. Y esa es nuestra comunidad de la Cuenca del Plata, ¿no? Eso es el SIC Plata. Entonces, nosotros históricamente somos uno de los organismos de cuenca más antiguos del mundo. Tenemos también ese otro estigma. Y tenemos una serie de acuerdos, subcuencas, organismos de subcuenca. Tenemos esquemas de gobernanza muy particulares, muy propios dentro de toda nuestra cuenca, ¿no? Sin embargo, a medida que disminuye la disponibilidad de los recursos hídricos, por supuesto, está aumentando la vulnerabilidad por los grandes cambios climáticos y globales, ¿no? Y ahí se hace, por supuesto, mucho más importante organismos como el SIC, que pueden gestionar, promover el diálogo, la cooperación entre nuestros países, ¿no? Nosotros queremos enfrentar estos desafíos, como decía Gustavo, a través de poder compartir información, herramientas, ciencia, instrumentos, para poder planificar un desarrollo integral sostenible, armonioso. Y por eso agradecemos infinitamente nuevamente al Ministerio de Obras Públicas, a la OEA, al ISAT, que nos permiten acceder a toda esta información, datos, instrumentación. Pero además va más allá de esto, ¿no? Va más allá de la Cuenca del Plata y creamos una hermandad incluso que trasciende nuestro propio continente, ¿no? Para fortalecer la gestión del agua hay que trascender esta visión tan antropocéntrica a veces que tenemos y pasar de la cooperación técnica, que es tan importante, hacia una visión de cooperación en modelos de convivencia entre nuestros países, convivencia armónica entre los países, entre todos nuestros países, porque al final, tanto los ecosistemas, los seres humanos, todos pertenecemos a una gran cuenca, una sola, que se llama la Cuenca de la Madre Tierra. Muchas gracias.
Ahora tenemos las palabras del director del Departamento de Desarrollo Sostenible de la OEA, Mark Lambrides, que está de manera remota. Mark, ¿nos escuchas?
Sí, claro, gracias, Larisa. ¿A mí me escuchas?
Sí, escuchamos. A ver,
Perfecto.
a ver si podemos ver.
Excelente. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Para mí es un placer poder estar aquí saludando por primera vez desde mi nombramiento como director del Departamento de Desarrollo Sostenible de la OEA. En realidad, recién fue nombrado como director solo hace 2 semanas y no fue posible organizarme para estar con ustedes en persona esta semana. Quiero realmente ratificar nuestro compromiso con la Cuenca de Plata. Agradecerle a la República Argentina por acogernos hoy y quisiera especialmente saludar a los colegas en la sesión de apertura. Gustavo Villaurría, subsecretario de Obras Públicas, Juan Carlos Urralde, subsecretario general del SIC, y a Jenna Scheinen, asesora senior del Departamento de los Estados Unidos, del Departamento de Estados Unidos. Se nota de que yo no he estado trabajando en el mundo de habla español hace poco tiempo. Estuve trabajando con The Nature Conservancy en otra región del mundo y por eso mi español todavía se falta un poco, pero por favor, me disculpa un poco. Y también a todos los funcionarios de los países de Bolivia, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay aquí presentes y amigos desde el Cuerpo de Ingenieros de los Estados Unidos, la NASA y otras instituciones. Hoy se materializa un año de diálogo junto al Departamento de Estado y el SIC. Hemos venido avanzando como el fin de promover la cooperación en ciencia para la toma de decisiones en los recursos hídricos. Y esto ratifica nuestro compromiso como organización de continuar apoyando a la Cuenca del Plata, pues su relevancia como ejemplo de coordinación es instrumental para la mejor gestión del agua y el medio ambiente de las Américas. Pues la iniciativa busca traer a los países de la región innovación en cuencas transfronterizos y lo hace a través de una filosofía de conocimiento abierto que promueve leapfrogging en la gestión de recursos hídricos, haciendo un uso de nuevas tecnologías y herramientas creadas por instituciones de vanguardia como la NASA y USAID. Esta iniciativa pone en marcha un proceso de transformación en las instituciones de la cuenca hidrográfica, fortaleciendo las capacidades técnicas de su recurso humano. En la Cuenca de la Plata, la modernización de herramientas de información y planificación resulta fundamental para tomar decisiones inteligentes basadas en datos que permiten mitigar y prepararse ante los crecientes retos en términos hídricos de la cuenca, en particular los desafíos como sequías, inundaciones, sedimentación y la calidad del agua. Como dije antes, lastimosamente no puedo estar con ustedes en persona como durante mi tercer trabajo en puesto y estoy en una fase intensiva de aprender sobre la oficina de la OEA, donde ahora soy director. Pero la importancia del taller es claro y quiero felicitar al gobierno de Argentina y al SIC por organizar el primer piloto / laboratorio de conocimiento en la región de América Latina. Noto que obras cuencas transfronterizos como el río Lempa en el Trifinio seguirán las lecciones aprendidas y nos dejará como este piloto. El taller es el primer edición y formó parte de todo un ciclo cerrado de conocimiento para la Cuenca del Plata, apoyándose en el conocimiento y capacidades en materia de datos y ciencia del ISAT. Muchas gracias por recibirnos. Esperamos que tengan una jornada muy productiva. Quedan en las mejores manos con mi equipo presente en Buenos Aires por cualquier consulta o tema adicional con quien pudiéramos colaborar. Muchas gracias.
Jenna.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Buenos días. Lamentablemente mi español es más oxidado, entonces voy a seguir en inglés. Entonces no sé si quiere ponerlo audífono.
Todos para el idioma en español, les recuerdo que es sin dejar presionado el botón.
So my name is Jenna Scheinen. I work for the U.S. Department of State at the Office of Conservation and Water at the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. It's a mouthful, but we know there, as you do here, that water is a precious resource that's changing before our eyes. Floods, drought, pollution, mismanagement of resources, they all exacerbate the impacts of climate change that we're seeing. They turn diseases into epidemics. They disrupt our critical ecosystems, destroy crops and biodiversity, undermine economic growth in our supply chains, and disproportionately impact women and girls, and limit energy production, and can even limit or threaten peace and stability in certain basins. So guided by the US Global Water Strategy and the White House Action Plan on Water Security, the United States seeks a water secure world where people have sustainable supplies of water of sufficient quantity and quality to meet human, economic, and ecosystem needs while managing risks from floods and droughts. At home, we use a whole of government approach to implement our strategy, and it has 4 interconnected strategic objectives. The first is to strengthen water sector governance, financing, institutions, and markets. The second objective is to increase equitable access to safe, sustainable, and climate resilient water and sanitation services while adopting key hygiene behaviors. Third is to improve climate resilient conservation and management of freshwater resources and their associated ecosystems. And lastly, to anticipate and reduce conflict and fragility related to water. So the US approach aims to demonstrate the benefits of cooperation and good governance while meeting those challenges head on with our best available science, advancing equity, inclusion, and also diversity. So to that end, much of our effort has been focused on the importance of water data and in strengthening the availability of that water data internationally and strengthening the capacity of the international community to respond to water challenges with or through water data. Where I work in my office, we manage what's called we affectionately call our Global Water Security Toolkit, where we deploy the capabilities of our science agencies like the Army Corps of Engineers and NASA, the private sector, also academia and other partners, including like-minded governments and non-government partners, including the OAS and other multilateral institutions, to build the political will and the technical capacity for cooperation while strengthening mechanisms of those organizations to support the management of shared waters. One of our, I think is our super tool, I might be biased, I think one of our super tools in that Global Water Security Toolkit is the Interagency Science and Applications Team, the ISAT or ESAT. It's led jointly by the State Department, NASA, the Corps of Engineers, and also US Air Force. And the ISAT team seeks to promote knowledge exchange and build global capacity to collect, share, analyze, and manage water and water-related data to promote sustainable water and natural resources management. ISAT outputs are intended to be country-driven, so by you all, and context-specific, but also to address the demand for integrated hydrology products into decision support systems and that advance the use of water data in 3 critical areas. One is this workshop here today. The first one is water data access and tools for effective monitoring. Second would be application of that water data for integrated water resources management. And then third, that water data needs to go the next step further and be applied towards proactive development planning. So that's a nice sentence, but that ISAT work is hard work. We're just doing this at home in the United States as well. So we're learning from you and with you as we go through these exchanges. And today we're building partnerships and working towards our inclusive goals from data design and data collection, from development and decision-making to ultimately strengthen regional cooperation in the basins that ISAT partners with and works with. So I guess I'll take the liberty, since I'm the last opening speaker, to also ask you guys some challenging questions, a couple quick things. It's something we can work on together this whole week, and I don't have the answers, but a couple quick points. that I seem to take away from my work is that data are not the same thing as information. And information is what we need for effective, sustainable, and life-saving actions across all the levels of the basin. So how can we work together to convert the data we're going to learn about into trusted, actionable information? So that's my first question. I have three, don't worry. I won't go on and on. My second comment is informed decision-making probably isn't enough either. We need inclusive and informed decision-making. So add the inclusive to that, where stakeholder engagement, synergies, and trade-offs beyond the water sector, so I'm thinking climate, food, nature, et cetera, are all integrated into a policymaking process. So our job this week is to think about how we are communicating that information so it can be integrated into an inclusive policy structure. And then my last comment is that context is important as well. As we look at basin-wide challenges and opportunities, we shouldn't lose sight of how information and decisions impact local communities as well, not just our government bureaucracies. How can we integrate these perspectives to better understand how local and regional actions impact our cities, our people, and our environment? So easy questions. I have no, sin duda, vamos a resolver todo esta semana, pero, but once again, from the whole ISAT team, thank you very much for the warm welcome you've given all of us, and we're really excited to be here this week. Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias a los panelistas de la sesión de apertura. Vamos súper on time, así que vamos a dar un recordatorio sobre lo que se va a tratar la agenda del día de hoy. También recordarles sobre el link, el enlace que se les compartió a todos los participantes para que puedan desarrollar de manera adecuada el taller. Les recuerdo que ese enlace todos los días lo estamos alimentando con las presentaciones, todavía es un trabajo en proceso. El día de hoy, en una de las sesiones de la mañana, vamos a abordar el tema de la instalación de todo ese software para ver si alguno ha tenido algún problema que podamos resolver en esa sesión. Si no lo podemos hacer durante esa sesión, no hay problema, lo podemos ver también al final del día, ya que durante el día de hoy no vamos a hacer uso de ningún programa o software que está subido en el enlace. Así que, sin más, vamos a dar un poquito un repaso a lo que sería la agenda del día de hoy. Y bueno, luego de la sesión de apertura también vamos a aprovechar que estamos todos juntos ya para tomarnos la fotografía grupal. Pablo nos va a apoyar a organizarnos. Pablo, ¿la haríamos acá enfrente o? Vale, entonces correríamos todo un poquito las mesas, ¿no? Listo. Bueno, luego de la sesión nos juntamos para la fotografía. Vamos a tener un pequeño break en la sala de lado. Y luego a las 11 empezamos con la introducción al grupo de trabajo interinstitucional del agua, equipo de ciencia y aplicaciones del ISAT, conformado por el Cuerpo de Ingenieros del Ejército de los Estados Unidos y NASA. Ahí vamos a entrar un poquito más en detalle sobre los objetivos de este grupo, cuál es su plan de trabajo específicamente para la Cuenca del Plata, y vamos a hablar sobre la instalación de todos los softwares. Luego vamos a almorzar también acá en la sala de lado. Y por la tarde vamos a ver lo que es la introducción a la teledetección hidrológica. De 1 a 2 vamos a ver la introducción a los principios de teledetección por Sean McCartney de la NASA. De 2 a 3, el panorama general de la teledetección de la cubierta terrestre, también por Sean McCartney. Luego vamos a tener un break de 30 minutos. Y luego a las 3:30 tenemos la sesión de acceso y análisis de la cubierta terrestre por Sean McCartney. Y luego de 4:30 a 5 vamos a tener una discusión un poco más interactiva. Podemos abordar las preguntas que Jenna nos mencionó en su apertura. Y bueno, de 5 a 6 tenemos una pequeña recepción de bienvenida para que aprovechemos y bueno, nos conozcamos todos y hagamos un poco de networking también en el Hotel Gran Briso, que está como a 5 a 7 minutos caminando de acá del ministerio. Y listo, bueno, vamos un poquito temprano, pero aprovechemos y vamos al coffee break y regresamos aquí en 30 minutos. Cierto, vamos a la foto. Colegas, estamos a punto de iniciar la siguiente sesión. Si se vienen al salón, por favor. Bueno, estamos listos para iniciar, dar continuidad a la jornada de esta mañana. Dale. Hold on, I'm gonna change my screen.
Did add slides.
Huh?
You added some slides.
I did not.
Oh.
Well, we discussed it and then I thought we left it as we did it. Should I bring up the ISAC minute? Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Ready? Ready. Okay, so I can just go ahead. Hola, buenos dias. Me llamo John Bolton. I'm going to be speaking in English because my Spanish is very bad. So first, I would like to thank our hosts and organizers for all the hard work to get us here. It's a lot of effort to get everyone in the same room together. So I'm the chief of the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center Hydrological Sciences Lab. I'm also a hydrologist. I specialize in satellite-based remote sensing and land surface modeling and algorithm development. And my role here is I've been working with the Department of State Interagency Water Working Group Science Applications Team, also known as ISAT. And through this effort, we've been partnering with the Army Corps of Engineers, other agencies in the United States, USGS, et cetera, and trying to find novel ways of collaborating and working with partner countries so that we can address this important need for water resource management. So what we've done is we've brought some of our rock stars, some of our best folks that can help demonstrate some capabilities and tools that we have so we can continue this discussion of some efficient tools. Next slide. So from the NASA team is myself, we have Perry Otto, Sean McCartney, Ibrahim Muhammad, and Nima Pevlin. And we also have partners from Conservation International. Now, all of these subject matter experts will be addressing different components related to water resources management through the application of satellite-based observations and land surface modeling. So over the next few days, we will all be getting a crash course in several different aspects of tools that we've been working with Army Corps to address water needs in different parts of the world. And now I'll hand this to John Islander.
Hola. My name is also John. We are twins. We look alike.
One grande.
John is a good friend of mine, and I've been working with John from NASA for many years. And I've been working with NASA for many years to do a number of, a lot of science development capabilities. And it's a great benefit to be able to work together within the U.S. government with our, fellow interagency partners to, help society improve technology to support hydrology, weather, meteorology, and those types of technologies. So go back one slide. I'll introduce to you the Army Corps team. In addition to the NASA team, we have an Army Corps team that is here helping to support this. And, over the course of possibly multiple seminars, hopefully you get to you're introduced to more NASA and more Army Corps people, to help with this collaboration. Okay, so from the Army Corps, we have Taylor Cagle, who's sitting here at the table. She's been directly helping us out and organize this workshop along with Perry. Jennifer Rainey, who's in the back. She represents the headquarters of the Army Corps and one of our program managers. And then Will Logan, who's also a lead scientist for groundwater, works for Army Corps, and Marcelo Salas. Okay, so they're all three of them are in the back, and then Taylor and I are here up front, and we represent from the Army Corps. Along with NASA, the Army Corps, and some Conservation International, we work in the U.S. as scientists collaboratively. We work with fellow, NASA individuals. We work with U.S. Geological Survey individuals. We work with universities on a regular basis. We're scientists. We want our science to be available to improve society. And so we typically involve broad partnerships to bring scientists together to help improve our tools. Okay, and so we'll introduce you to other people from universities. Venkat Lakshmi from University of Virginia works very closely with John at NASA, and I've worked with Venkat also. He'll be here, and also Daniel Maciel from University of Maryland. So you'll get introduced to a number of folks and experts, to help, introduce new technology and improve, the capabilities to this. Okay. Next slide. So my Spanish is not very good. When I was younger, I used to speak, I could have a conversation in Spanish, and I also could play the piano. I can't do either right now. Okay. And my mom is very mad at me for that. Okay. So, especially the piano part. She spent a lot of money on my piano lessons, and I can't play it all. I can't play it at all. So, our goals for this workshop are to help. How can we help you? That's it. All right. We're not here to preach. We're not here to lecture. We're here simply to help. If you need specialized help, or if you're having trouble, let us know. We will try to find somebody, one of us. If I'm not giving a talk and you're having some real help and I can help you, we'll go find another room, to try to give you some individual help. Okay. We want you to learn. We want you to be able to understand the tools that we use so that we can help you better, use the data that we have to support decision-making and take that data and make it information, like what was talked about earlier today, right? Okay, we're data scientists. We know how to take data, use tools, put the data together to help decision-making, and that's our goal, is to introduce them to you so that you gain a better understanding. The challenge with that is most of our talks are about an hour long. So it's going to be almost impossible for us to make you an expert on anything. I'm an expert on a few things, and it took me 20 years to get there. Okay, but well, 25 now. So I can't do it we can't do it in an hour. We can introduce them to you. We can show you the tools that we use, the data we use, and where we get the data and where we get the tools, so that you can at least have that introduction, so that, you know, over the course of months and years, you can start learning them. You know who to contact to ask questions. You can contact us. I'm very nice. John is nicer. Email him. Okay. But you can contact us. You can contact our group and ask us for help. We will put you in contact with other people in order to help, advance that understanding. Okay. So this is not just, come here, learn, go home, and then we never talk to each other again. This should be an enduring conversation that continues over the next 20, 30 years. Okay. So that is the goal. So we'll introduce the topics. We'll help you, understand the tools that we use. A lot of them are free. You don't have to pay for a lot of this stuff. We're going to show you a lot of software that we've developed that we work on that is available out in the internet that you can download for free, install on your computer, and start using right away with documentation. That's really important. You don't necessarily have to go pay, a lot of money in order to start doing this right away. The software that we use, Perry's going to show you, or we've tried to help some people install that already. Perry's going to, further help you with that. Okay. So that is our goal. We'll start the conversation, introduce the topics, introduce the people, get you rolling, and then we'll start that conversation and just keep it going. So the expected outcome is that we continue this conversation for a long time. Okay. So that is our hope. Understand?
Yeah. Thank you, John. And one thing I'd like to emphasize that John mentioned, and Jenna also did, and Juan Carlos mentioned, is that these tools are free, and that goes a long way with us being able to complement the current capabilities and management strategies that are being practiced in your countries right now. And so I've been involved in a lot of these efforts, a lot of these international efforts. And, my job is saying, oh, look, we have all these fancy data and satellite things, but honestly, the tools are not very effective without this communication. So my goal and our team's goal over this week is to listen and learn from you about your needs, about your current capabilities, and how we can truly complement what is currently being done. And so I have my work cut out for me because I have a lot to learn over the next week. So yeah, this is our training objectives. So we're going to start with some basic fundamentals of remote sensing. It will be a fun course. Sean McCartney in the back is going to raise his hand. He's in charge of this. And I'll just say that we have, so what we're going to do now is just look at the software. So what we have on GitHub are demonstrations of the scripting languages, also demonstrations of how these data can be assessed and used to analyze different elements of water resource management capabilities. There will not be a test. So I'll just let you know so we can relax a little bit. If you run into trouble, as John mentioned, we're here to help, and we can follow up this week, but we can also follow up in the future. So everything on GitHub will be available. We have this being recorded on YouTube as well. But I really, really hope that this is the beginning of a long collaboration and partnership with all of you. And let's see, am I forgetting anything? Yeah, I think that's it. This is it. So with that said, I'm going to pass the mic to Perry Otto, and he's done a lot of the heavy lifting of trying to pull these different data sets together. And Perry, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Buenos dias, bon dia. I also do not speak Spanish. I apologize. But I will be trying to help the people in the room and the people who may be listening online live and watching a recording later to look at the software that we're going to be using for this training. Our goal was to make it as interactive as possible so that you can follow along with the presentations and look at the exercises in real time. Or if you just want to watch the presentations, you can return to it later and run the code and look at it at your own leisure. So I will very briefly kind of go over the steps for those people here in the room. We have time on the schedule, which is fantastic to do any troubleshooting and help with any installation problems. We also may be able to help the people listening online. And if you're watching a recording of this later, we will be updating these materials throughout the week. And so at the end of the workshop, the materials should be finalized and you should be able to run all the code. So I will change my screen really quickly. Okay. And I guess I first wanted to take a second. I know we have individuals from many different backgrounds. Thank you all for traveling this distance. And I know we have a variety of experiences. I know we have any scientists in the room? Scientists? Okay. Any engineers? Oh, okay. I guess I'm not sure if the remote audience can see a lot of engineers in the room. We know we have maybe GIS professionals or water management professionals. Okay. So some of the materials that we're showing here may be familiar to you. Some of them may be new. So we're just really trying to make the installation as easy as possible. So if you go to the GitHub, this is for those not familiar, we're using a platform called GitHub. This allows us to update all our code, all the presentations as we go throughout the week. And if you scroll down, you should be able to, let's go, look at this installation instructions and also translate into both Spanish and Portuguese. Hopefully the translations make sense. We also have the agenda here. And so we just want to make sure, as we go throughout the week, that everyone has an opportunity to install the software, to download all the data. Sometimes, it may be a big file, it may take some time, but we just want to make sure that that's available to everyone who's interested in following along. So for those of the individuals in the room here, has anyone tried to do the installation already? Yeah. Any issues so far? Oh, okay. Perfect. For those online who maybe have gotten the link late and are interested in doing the installation, you can follow the steps here. And to do many of the presentations, we're using a platform called Anaconda. This is a platform that's often used in data science. It allows us to install all the software, all the programming languages, all of the packages. So every computer has all the same materials and should hopefully be able to run the materials. So we just want to make sure that we can take time to do this today and people online. And I will just note that the first presentation this afternoon will be by Sean McCartney. He's representing the NASA's Advanced Remote Sensing Training Program, RSET. So the materials this afternoon won't really require the software. It'll be mostly on the web browser, on the internet. So you should also be able to follow along there. And if you have any questions about the installation, we have time now to discuss that.
Question.
Oh,
Yeah, we will answer there.
okay. Okay, so we have some questions online for people. So yes, questions in the room?
Oh.
Sí, no pude instalar la... Me da error mi computadora. Error da, no pude instalar. Sí, me pueden ayudar.
Yes. So have seen a few instances with errors. Some people, especially if you're using a government laptop, you may have some permissions. You may need administrative rights. So we will try to work around that. We'll just emphasize that all the materials will be on GitHub after the presentation, after the workshop. So if you're unable to install right now, if there's any errors that we cannot fix, you can come back to it later, and then also, send me an email if there's questions at a later date. So I will try to look at your computer today. And as we move forward, if there's any other problems, we also have colleagues who can help with the installation. And so let me. What you will eventually do when you install the software is that it'll basically clone, it'll copy the entire GitHub repository to your local machine. It may be a large download at first. It may take a little bit of time. So you can also try to do that tonight at the hotel. So tomorrow we're all ready. I will also say that we have been making edits throughout the week, including as recently as this morning. So if you have already installed Anaconda and already downloaded, we have some commands here so you can update your local files with the most recent files, as well as updating the Anaconda environment. So this is the environment file that contains all the required packages. So as those things change throughout the week, we may need to periodically update these materials. So again, we will, I think if we have time, go out throughout the room. We have some people here that can help. And we will be also monitoring the online audience, the remote audience, for any questions. But otherwise, we really just want to make sure that everyone has the most recent files, most up-to-date files. And if you do, you should be able to, just as an example, open up this test map here, Cuenca del Plata map. And so this is a good test to see if the installation installed correctly. So. Yes. Yes. So for everyone in the room, if you already installed Anaconda, if you've already copied the files, I would suggest we take some time to git pull. This just pulls the most recent data down to your machine first, and then update your Plata environment.
Sí. ¿Cuántos pudieron al final instalar todo el paquete de los programas? ¿Ustedes? ¿Sí? Ok. ¿Quién entonces está teniendo problemas con la instalación?
Hay una presentación. Talento. Sí. No, dentro de la Herramienta de Plata. Tienes que poner herramientas. Para mí me funciona. Es que la lógica es que el ambiente tiene la categoría de aquí.
A 3:16.
Muchas personas.
¿Cuándo va a ocurrir la
The link to QGIS and downloaded the older version.
Especificación.
¿Ah, sí?
Siempre me pasa eso. Dígame.
Bien, para los participantes que están conectados en Zoom, seguimos atendiendo preguntas que tengan al respecto sobre a la instalación en la función de preguntas y respuestas. Aún seguimos atendiendo las preguntas que nos están enviando. De igual manera, a las personas que están participando de manera presencial, también el equipo del ISAT está yendo uno por uno para atender cualquier consulta. Tenemos un break en 10 minutos para el almuerzo, que será en la sala de lado. Así que todavía no ha llegado, pero en cuanto llegue ya podrán moverse a la sala de lado para el almuerzo. Y mientras tanto podemos seguir esperando para descargarlo los que aún están descargando.
We have a couple people area that says it's done, it just says done. They have to initiate that. The Sean is right now. I don't know what. It's like, where's the part?
Of science is spent being patient because you're downloading. 5% of science is really hard work. 5% is celebrating because you were patient enough to make it to that last. I'm happy only 5% of the time because I'm frustrated the rest of the time. So it's just the way it is. This is my job. I'm frustrated most of the time. Maybe for something to download.
Le digo a los chicos que vengan, listo. Las temas Quería ver si
Estimados,
confirme antes de.
sí.
Mira.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, yeah. Well, no, no. Yeah, and definitely I'll say this now, highly encourage questions if you guys have them. Definitely encourage, and I hope I'm speaking for the rest of the presenters over the coming days. This is to be a conversation, not just one person up here speaking. And again, I hope to learn as much from you during this week through conversations at breaks, at lunches, etc. So again, John and Perry asked me to present a high-level overview of fundamentals of remote sensing. For some of you, this might be a review. For some of you, this might be a refresher. For some of you, this may be new. So I'm not going to spend too much, but I think it'll be a good foundation for the rest of the week. So please, Taylor. So we are used to taking pictures. We do it every day. That is one form of remote sensing. We use these really handy computers that we have in our pockets, and we typically take pictures in the visible spectrum, the red, green, and blue. And a lot of different platforms do the same thing. They just do it with more advanced instruments. It's the same concept, only they're capturing different bands, if you will. And what I hope to discuss in this is one, talk about satellites, sensors, some of the nuances that are involved with both of those terms, talk about some of the satellite data processing levels, which is really important because when NASA or when the Argentinian Space Agency sends up their satellites and they collect the data, they're not typically giving that information at the raw level. There's some processing that it gets involved in that so that you can take it and do analysis with it. You don't need to do the heavy lifting to get to the point to do that analysis. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to give to you today in the tools is the analysis ready data. And I hope to give it to you in a way that it's very easy to use in platforms that I'll be discussing later. We're going to touch briefly upon projections and coordinate systems. A lot of it is jargon and it's very nuanced, but I do think I should touch upon it at least so that you have some idea of the terminology, because it is important when you start working within different areas of interest to know about those. And then it's really important to know about the advantages, but as well as the disadvantages of remote sensing. So Taylor, if you can go to the next slide. So we use different platforms. I think everybody uses their phones every day. If you can go to the slide 3. Great, thank you. So every day we take pictures of our friends, we take pictures of places, things, animals. It's probably the most common relationship we have with remote sensing is with our phones, our computers that are in our pockets. But NASA uses, as well as the Argentinian Space Agency, as well as the Japanese Space Agency, as well as all the different space agencies, they primarily use satellite, so space-based platforms. But it's also very common, NASA does this, other organizations to use aerial platforms. So from drones or from planes, that is becoming much more ubiquitous now with drone technology. I'm sure you're all familiar with that, or you know colleagues or friends maybe use it as a hobby, maybe they use it professionally, but that's becoming very commonplace, especially when you start getting into more of the precision aspects. So if you're looking at, say, agriculture, and you need very fine-grained, very high precision remote sensing, that's when you start using drone imagery. I'm not going to be discussing that too much today because I'm going to be focused more on the space-based platforms. But just to know that, I don't know what this is. Oh, yeah, this is, anyway. But just to know that these are all kind of tools in our toolkit, so to speak. And all of them are valid. But again, I'm going to focus the rest of my presentation today more on the space-based platforms. But we would be nothing, anything we do with space or from space is absolutely critically important with the ground element. So to have somebody there to validate what you're seeing from space is so important. And all the different space agencies if it's here in Argentina, if it's in Japan, if it's in the French or the Brazilians, you name it, all of them are spending a lot of time with validating and also calibrating the instruments that are up there so that when you get that data to turn into some useful information to make a decision on, it's something that you can trust and you have a level of confidence that what you're using is accurate. So it's absolutely vital to have that ground base to it, but that is all behind the scenes. But I can tell you that a lot of effort by all these agencies is spent in the field on campaigns, working to validate a lot of the data that's coming down. So next slide. So very briefly, there's a lot of different ways that we collect or observe the energy that is coming from our planet from space. Some of that is, well, the majority of it is coming from the sun and it's being reflected or scattered, or it's being emitted in the form of thermal heat. Maybe you can think of a warm body or a volcano that's emitting energy. So these are different ways that we can collect that using space-based platforms. So again, it's either radiation coming from space, it's either reflected, it's absorbed, and it's also emitted. And the satellites that are up there are carrying instruments that are measuring all the different light energy that's being reflected or emitted from the atmosphere to the biosphere, so all plants and life, to the lithosphere, all the geologic formations, and then also the hydrosphere, which I think probably most of you are concerned about, if it's oceans, rivers, riparian areas, lakes, etc. And so NASA uses all these different instruments to measure the height, temperature, the moisture content, soil moisture content, for nearly every feature of the Earth, from the atmosphere to the hydrosphere, to the lithosphere, to the biosphere. And NASA, as well as many, many other space agencies, for decades, have been collecting this data to create a time series, a record that we can all use and hopefully contribute to our scientific understanding of how things are changing on our planet. If we can't observe it consistently over time, we don't really know how things are changing. So that's one of the great advantages that a lot of the space agencies have given, is this long-term record. Next slide. So this is a infogram, a diagram showing the electromagnetic spectrum. Many of you have probably seen this in some class or somewhere before, but this is just to say that everything that we see, that everything, your clothes that are being reflected, your backpack, the light that's being emitted from these incandescent light bulbs, everything we're seeing is right in here. But the instruments that we're sending up in space are collecting this whole range, this whole spectrum. There are spacecraft that NASA has launched that are observing the sun every 15 minutes. And they're collecting primarily X-ray, ultraviolet, infrared, and microwave. A lot of the Earth observing satellites, those that I will be primarily discussing today, are collecting things typically from the visible to radio, so more on the longer wavelength. But they're all contributing to our understanding because the energy coming from the sun ultimately is going to drive all of the processes on Earth. And so NASA is collecting this information, and even though we cannot see this whole spectrum, we have the instruments to be able to observe it. Next slide. And so the chemistry of these different surfaces, if it's trees or rocks or buildings or anything else, they reflect light in different ways. And that's how we're able to identify the spectrum of, say, some grass versus a house versus a building, etc. And we're able to do that by collecting these different spectra in different bands. It could be in the RGB, the red, green, and blue bands, which we're typically seeing right now with our own eyes, or the light that's collected with our cameras. It's the same thing. But we can also collect those 3 bands. We can expand that out into the near infrared, into the shortwave infrared, into the thermal infrared. And if you think about when you capture an image, it could be with your phone or it could be with an advanced instrument. It's capturing all those different bands. So think of just like a sandwich that you're stacking up. It's the same dimension, it's the same area, but it's being captured in these different spectra. And when you start plotting that out, you start seeing similarities in the different signatures. So snow and ice and clouds are very, very reflective, especially in the visible, which is what we're seeing here. And you can see how water is more reflective in the blue and the green bands, but starts dropping off in the red. It starts being more absorbed and less reflective in the red and then the near infrared. So it's much more absorbent in those bands. So understanding how these different surfaces, and particularly the chemistry of these surfaces, is causing them to reflect light differently, helps us identify and distinguish between the different land cover types or water types that we're looking at. So this graph on the left is just comparing that relationship between that percent reflectance and the reflective wavelengths of different components of the Earth. And I should have said this already, but all of the materials that I'm presenting on today, you have links to, and they've been translated into Spanish. So you can go back and maybe, English is not your first language, but you have access to all of this in Spanish. And it's already, you have a link for it on the agenda. So I just wanted to let you know that. Next slide. Very briefly, this is talking about how light interacts with vegetation, particularly healthy vegetation or non-healthy vegetation. So certain pigments in plant leaves, chlorophyll, strongly absorb wavelengths in the visible red spectrum especially, and that's for healthy vegetation. So any tree, grass, you name it. If it's healthy, like the jacaranda trees or all the trees that are now springtime I got to tell you, I'm coming from like fall and winter, and it's really nice being here because it's a beautiful weather, and it's so nice being back in spring because I love jacaranda trees and it's really nice walking around. And so seeing that those healthy trees, they are strongly absorbent in that red band, and they're very reflective in the near infrared band. And those are some of the ways that we can distinguish vegetation from non-vegetation, and also healthy vegetation from non-healthy vegetation. And it's really useful as well if you want to look at seasonal patterns, if you're looking at phenology. So if you're interested in agriculture, when you plant and when things green up and then when they senesce, or if you're looking at seasonal changes in natural forests, if you want to see if they're deciduous forests and they have a peak in greenness and then a senescence when they stop photosynthesizing, you can use these spectral bands to be able to observe that throughout the season. And I'll be showcasing some of those examples in the tools I'll be speaking to later, but just to plant that seed in your head now. And since we cannot see the near infrared, but we do have the instruments to do it. And those instruments, again, could be literally on they could be on a tractor if you're a farmer. A lot of the advanced agriculture now is building these instruments onto the equipment so they can observe it in the field at the time of working. A lot of people are using drones now. I think I talked about that, as well as aerial platforms or space-based platforms. But these are all different ways to observe that spectra that we cannot see with our own eyes. Next slide. And so I think a lot of you might be biased that maybe water is more of your focus of interest. And there is a lot of research, applied research, as well as basic research that's going into building algorithms to be able to assess water quality, sedimentation, et cetera, which my colleagues will be discussing later this week. This is just saying basically the longer visible wavelengths, think of your reds and your near infrared that I just spoke to, they are absorbed more by water than the blue and the green, which is why typically when we see water, those are being reflected just because the chemistry of that water is more reflective in those bands. And so, yeah, satellites provide the capability to map optically active components of the upper water column in both the inland, so your lakes, your rivers, et cetera, as well as your near shore water. So anything right off the coast. So think of the estuary for the La Plata Basin. I know a lot of research is going into that, as well as all the coastlines that you have on this amazing continent. Next slide. And then there's also a lot of folks that are interested in atmospheric chemistry. And there are a lot of NASA missions, but also a lot of European missions as well, spacecraft that are observing just the atmospheric column. And that could be everything from carbon dioxide to ozone, and as well as aerosols and how aerosols are being spread throughout the planet, both from anthropogenic as well as natural. It could be through dust storms, et cetera. So these are being observed every single day globally, and they have been for decades. And the only way we can make informed decisions is to have that consistent record and to keep those data points being stacked up over a long period of time. And that's how we can understand the changes that are going on. So next slide. This is an animation from 2017 until present. And it's basically showing how the Earth is breathing and growing. You can see right now it's going into the spring in the northern hemisphere. And as it starts going into the fall and into the winter, you can see how the green starts traveling back up and down the tropics. This is very much evident in Africa, as you can see the green up seasonally, as well as in the northern hemisphere, especially the great boreal forests that trap a lot of the carbon. You can see them greening up, especially as the spring hits. And then if you look at the oceans too, there's many missions that NASA has that are monitoring chlorophyll levels globally on the ocean. The ocean gives us a lot of the oxygen that we breathe. Actually, I don't know the exact percentage, but it is a lot. And understanding where that chlorophyll is and how it's changing and how much it's contributing is vitally important. And this time series starts in 2017, but these records go back much more before that. And all of you have access to this data. This is NASA. I think John made a good point earlier when he got up here, and he emphasized that NASA is promoting open science. So any of the data that's collected, any of the imagery that's being collected, all of it is open access or open source. And so it's publicly available. You do need an account. It's free, but you can get any of this and you can work with it on your own GIS or your own image processing software. But NASA is committed to open science. And that's one of the big pushes that has been, and you're going to hear more about this, I think, too. The data has always been publicly available, but there's now a big push to make people aware that they do have access to this. And so anyway, all of this is yours for the taking. Next slide. So I'm going to briefly go and touch upon satellites and sensors and distinguish some of the terminology involved with both of those. So next slide. So this is an image of a satellite that was launched 2 years ago. It's Landsat 9. It's the 9th mission in a mission that's been going on for 50 years. This year is the 50th anniversary of the Landsat mission. Landsat stands for Land Satellite. And it's a collaboration between two different United States government agencies. That's the Geological Survey and NASA. And ever since 1972, when this mission was launched, those agencies have been working very closely together to make sure that that data is, one, that the spacecraft is flying in its orbit correctly, and that all the data is coming down and it's all being shared with the public. And so this is what we call the spacecraft bus. Any spacecraft, just the body of the spacecraft we refer to as bus. And then one of the instruments is the operational land imager. This views things in the optical realm. And then we have the thermal infrared sensor. So this is sensing heat from the surface of the planet. So if you're interested in assessing, say, urban heat islands, which is a big problem in a lot of urban areas across the planet, you can do that with a very good resolution compared to other products that are offered. So this is just some terminology. Next slide. And some of the things I'm going to touch upon briefly in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to talk about satellite orbits. I'm going to talk about the energy source for how the imagery is collected. I'm going to talk about the solar and terrestrial spectra. I'm going to talk about how the technique for gathering that data is done, and resolution type, which is really important, dependent on the application that you're trying to use it for, and then ultimately the application. So next slide. So this next slide is showing you a mission from, it's a joint mission. This is GOES East and West. This is a joint mission between two other US government agencies. This is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise called NOAA. They're the ones that have all of the meteorological satellites that the United States puts into space. And they're collecting, their orbit is geostationary, which means it is in orbit at the same rate as the rotation of the planet. So it's always looking at the same place. So it's always collecting weather at that same place 24/7, day and night. And it's doing that, I believe it's every 5 to 10 minutes, it's collecting this information. And that's, not only is it collecting it in that time frame, but the instruments that they're putting on have such a advanced radiometric resolution that it helps improve weather models. So if you're interested in hurricanes or cyclones, depending on how you like to refer to them as, this is all contributing to our understanding of meteorological phenomenon. But the important thing here is the orbit is roughly 36,000 kilometers. And that distance, which is also where telecommunication satellites typically are, they're in that orbit there. And so they're always able to, their orbit is matching the rotation of the planet. And that's how they're able to relay telecommunications whenever you want to call somebody, or if they are collecting information on the weather. So that is, and it's, again, multiple observations today. It's way more than that. With actually just last week, NOAA and NASA just launched the latest, actually this is going to be a polar orbiting spacecraft, but it's contributing to this. And I'm about to talk to you about polar orbiting spacecraft, but it's contributing to our understanding of weather. So next slide. So we just talked about geostationary. This next slide is showing an example of low Earth orbit. This is where the majority of Earth observing satellites are. The reason why we put them in low Earth orbit is because we can collect a lot more high resolution imagery. And we can also, because it's in low Earth orbit, you can typically have, I think it's 16 orbits a day if they're polar orbiting. So you can gather data globally. And so you're not relying on just one part of the Earth that you're observing all the time. So even though the extent or the swath of that area that you're collecting, it might not be as big, but because they're constantly in orbit collecting, you can get, depending on the spacecraft, you can have a global, observations every day, or in some cases, it might take up to 2 weeks. So These are orbiting relative to the Earth, and they're less frequent measurements. So that geostationary orbit, they might be collecting data of the same place every 10 minutes. With this, like I said, you might have data collected globally every 1 to 2 days, or again, it might be, 2 weeks. It just depends on the orbit. And some of these orbits in low Earth orbit are polar, some of them are equatorial, and some of them are at an inclination, like the International Space Station, which I don't know if there's been any Argentinian astronauts. I would like to know. I hope I can find out soon, but I want to say that there have been. But the orbit of that International Space Station is not a polar orbit. It's at an inclination that it goes, I think it's roughly 40 degrees north and south latitude. So some examples of this are the polar orbit, are the Landsat mission that I referred to earlier. And then some non-polar ones are the GPM mission, which you're going to hear about. I believe Dr. Lakshmi is going to be speaking about that, I think tomorrow. And then also the International Space Station. Next slide. So this is just repeating what I just said about the polar orbiting. And I'm also going to go into a little bit of detail on a sun synchronous orbit and why that's important. So the good thing about a polar orbit is you're getting global coverage. And even though it says polar, it doesn't necessarily have to go right over the poles. It can be off in inclination by 20 degrees, and you're still going to be capturing a global observations. So it doesn't have to go directly over the polar, but as long as you understand the concept that that is its general orbit. And the benefit of the global orbit is, one, it does capture global observations, global data. And again, it can, depending on how big the swath is, you can be collecting data daily for a global, or it could be more than that. And the important thing about the sun synchronous orbit is anytime you, and I'm sure a lot of you have done this in your own professional lives, but if you're going to collect data on something, you want it to be consistent, right? You want it to be at the same time so that you're constraining anything that might be contributing to that. So in a sun synchronous orbit, it's passing over the same part of the planet at the same time. So you can have a consistent observation, even if it's a week later or if it's 2 weeks later, it's going to be passing over that same part of the planet at that same time, so that you can have consistent objective observations over time. So that's a benefit of sun synchronous orbit. And a lot of the missions that I'll be discussing later today have a sun synchronous orbit. Next slide. And I talked briefly about this. The passive sensors are using the sun as its main source of energy. You're basically collecting anything that's being reflected or scattered or emitted from the Earth's surface or from the atmosphere. And those are passive sensors. They're basically just collecting anything that's being reflected from the atmosphere or from the surface. So they're using ultimately the sun as the source of energy. And I'll be giving examples of those later. And then next slide. And then the difference between a passive and an active sensor is an active sensor has its own source of energy. That could be microwaves. It could be LiDAR in terms of light detection and ranging. This is a different instrument that's used to measure topographic profiles of both oceans or lakes or ice sheets in the poles, or even canopy heights of forests, if you wanted to do some type of carbon sequestration analysis. So these are different examples of active sensors. So they're basically using their own source of energy to pulse light. It could be microwaves, it could be infrared light, which is what a lot of LiDAR uses, a lot of LiDAR instruments, but they're using their own source of energy instead of relying on the sun to reflect that energy. And some of the things I'll be talking about later today, you do use active sensors for some of the tools that I'll be demonstrating later. Any questions by chance? Great, and these are just different examples of missions and then some of the instruments that are using those that I already mentioned. Okay, next slide. And now we're going to start talking about the nuances of resolution. Because depending on what type of analysis you're doing, you are going to be limited to different types of resolution. And the example I'm showing here is a limitation, or not a limitation, but just generally a spectral resolution. And so what spectral resolution is showing is the number of bands that you're collecting and also the width of those bands. So we talked about the electromagnetic spectrum, and we talked about how we can only see in the visible, but the instruments that we're using are able to collect throughout that entire spectrum. And that resolution is basically saying what part of that spectra that you're collecting. So let's just refer to it as one band. Let's say we're going to make a sandwich of bands, and we can make that sandwich as big or as small as we want. Maybe we just want 3 bands. Maybe we want near infrared, short wave infrared, and maybe red. And so maybe there's only 3 bands in that sandwich. But if we wanted a more robust multispectral resolution, we would have more bands within that spectrum. And also the width of those bands will also be dependent and determining the resolution of the spectral resolution. So this is an example of multispectral. This is the vast majority of all of NASA's missions are multispectral. But in 2 years, NASA will be launching a hyperspectral instrument. And I'm gonna circle back to this idea soon in terms of how the computing power needs to be improved or has been improved, because when that mission launches, the first year of that mission collecting hyperspectral will be more data than NASA has collected in the history of the agency for all of the missions. So that's how things are about to change. And that's how we need the computing power to be able to handle that volume of data and to make it, again, useful. We don't just want the data, we want to be able to make decisions from it. So how can we turn that into information that can get to scientists and decision makers? So that's the difference between the spectral resolution and a multispectral versus hyperspectral. And next slide. And spatial resolution, a good example of this is the 3 images in the bottom right of the screen. We can see I think this is quite intuitive, but we can see a very high resolution. This is I believe, a 1 meter digital globe, 1 to 4 meter. And then we have I think this is Landsat here, and then MODIS. And so these are just different ways of looking at the same extent, the same area of the planet using different instruments. I think that's very intuitive. I'm sure we've all used antiquated software that might not be as high resolution. Maybe it's on our phones, maybe it's on our laptops from many years ago, but that's what this is referring to. So it's really the pixels, actual dimensions of the pixels as they're measuring on the ground. And that's what we're referring to spatial resolution. And a lot of times people think, oh, it's always good to have the highest spatial resolution. Well, that's not always the case. And a lot of times, depending on the ability to process that data, it's not the most appropriate. But for some applications, it's definitely appropriate. So it's really case dependent. But this is just an example of spatial resolution. Next slide. And this is contrasting spatial resolution versus spatial extent. So typically they're inverse to each other. So typically the higher the spatial resolution, the smaller the pixel, the finer grain, the more clear that image is, less area is being covered. So this is a higher spatial resolution. I'm actually from this part of California. And so this is a Landsat image. And this is a much higher spatial resolution than a MODIS instrument, which is on a different a spacecraft. It's on 2 different spacecraft, actually, same instrument. But you can see that the extent of what it's able to capture, let's say it's just one picture, one image, you can see that there's quite a contrast. And that's why the ability of this instrument on that spacecraft can capture global observations everywhere on the planet in 1 to 2 days, where this instrument takes 16 days to come back to this one spot on the planet, just because its extent is much smaller. But that's what we're talking to when referring to resolution versus extent. Okay, next slide. And I've got two more resolution topics I want to cover. One is temporal, and that's just the revisit time. So let's say we're in Buenos Aires today. I'm really happy being with y'all. And so any instrument on one of these spacecrafts will observe this one spot on the planet, and it will take how many days to come back and observe this one spot on the planet? It could be less than a day. It could be 16 days. Maybe it's 21 days. And so that's the temporal resolution. What's the repeat time? And as I said, there's an inverse for the typically from spatial resolution and temporal resolution. And sometimes if you're looking at phenomena such as maybe the growing season or agriculture, maybe you really want that high temporal resolution. So you have frequent repeat times to see when things are greening up and then flowering and then fruiting and then going into senescence. So maybe you really want that trade-off for the higher temporal, or maybe the application is more for higher spatial resolution. So you're willing to sacrifice that daily repeat to get maybe something every 2 weeks, per se. So there's always a trade-off, and that's one of the things I'm hoping to plant that seed. There's always going to be a trade-off between all these different resolutions. Next slide. And then finally, these are the radiometric resolution. And this just refers to the number of bits in any pixel. It could be a 4-bit, a 6-bit, an 8-bit, a 12-bit. It's just how much energy, how much radiance that one pixel is able to gather. And so if you have a 12-bit sensor, which is on the Landsat OLI, which is one of the most recent instruments, the Landsat. This is on the Landsat 8 mission, and Landsat 9 has Landsat OLI 2. But that 12-bit sensor is able to capture a lot more of the radiant energy than something that has, say, and this is a good example of this, the 2-bit is only able to capture, let's say in the panchromatic spectrum, only 4 tones. Whereas if you have this 8-bit, you could have up to 256 values, digital numbers, that you can store values for in every pixel. And this is for 8-bit. This is, Landsat 8 is up to 12-bit. So it just allows you to have a finer grain on how much energy or radiance you're able to collect per pixel. And that's what radiometric resolution is referring to. Next slide. So I'm going to go briefly through processing levels. So once the spacecraft is launched, and once the data has been gathered, and then it's been sent back down to NASA, they need to do processing so that it can get into our hands to do the science with it. And it's possible that maybe you really want to work with the level 0 data or level 1 data, but typically what most scientists favor is using higher levels of processing, which are more analysis ready. So they do all of the work in terms of radiometrically correcting and geometrically correcting. So it's georeference to a place on the planet. All of that's done so that you can take some of these higher level products and actually just do work with it, do the analysis, instead of having to do any of that pre-processing. And it's good that you know that, because if you are not already, hopefully you'll be starting to work with some of these data sets, and you'll know intuitively that, you probably want to start with like a level 2 or level 3 product. And once you start getting to level 4 products and behind and above, those are typically more modeled products. So they're taking the observations and they're doing some modeling to be able to derive a product that's giving you some biophysical or geophysical product that you can understand and do some analysis with. So the level 3 and 4 data or products, they are definitely the easiest to use, and we call them analysis ready, which is what they are. But maybe, I don't know, maybe you find a situation in which maybe you need to use, the level 1 or 2 products, which could happen. But just know that the way that NASA serves the data, it comes in these different products. So next slide. And I'm going to go very briefly through these next slides. So anybody seen an image of this before, the geoid? Yeah, okay, I've seen some heads nod. So this is a construct of what the mean sea level would look like on the planet reflecting of all the different topography, all of the different mountains, everything else. And if there were no effects from tides from the moon or from any meteorological phenomenon, so like winds blowing oceans around. If everything were smooth and all the oceans were connected, so they were all basically at the same level, and it's also reflecting all the different gravity on the planet caused by ice sheets and mountains and everything else. This would be a replica of what the Earth would look like at mean sea level. And this is what we refer to as the geoid. It's a hypothetical shape, but what it does is, next slide, it helps us to start making sense as we map the planet, because this is one thing, this hypothetical construct, but we want to actually be able to create accurate maps when we work with the data. And the only way we can do that is, well, there's other ways, but the way that everybody does it is to fit a spheroid to that geoid. And that spheroid is very relative. It can be relative to anywhere on the planet. So if you wanted to map an area here in Buenos Aires, you would probably use a spheroid that is associated with a specific datum. And that datum, think of datum as the singular for data. So think of datum as one location where you have complete accuracy of location at that one spot. And so that helps you actually create accurate maps. Maybe you don't want a map of, say, one location. What if you wanted a global map? What if you were studying, there's a lot of people at NASA, or just a lot of people in general, that are studying global phenomena. I think of climatologists that are studying global phenomenon. They would be using a coordinate system, but it would be based on a datum at the center of this geoid, because they're looking at it from a global perspective. But a lot of people, if you're trying to map, say, a river basin, or if you're trying to map a city, you'd be taking a very specific spheroid to one datum that you know that's very georeferenced. And then that way, when you build your map around that, that projection would be very accurate. And that's why we use the spheroid with the geoid to be able to construct those maps. No spheroid is a perfect fit. So many different approximations are used. And each approximation will fit one part of the Earth's surface better than others. And then I think I mentioned already that they use that datum as a point. So next slide. And then let's see. Okay, I think I already mentioned this. Because of the irregular shape of the planet, the use of datums is necessary to portray spatial data as accurately as possible. This is an example of a datum that is appropriate for the United States, or I should say North America, so northern Mexico and Canada. But there's many different datums. This is the NAD 83 datum. So they created this back in 1983. I think they're actually, the Geological Survey is about to update this, I think this year or next year, with a new datum. But North America, and for a lot of people that are studying the United States and this part of the country, the entirety, we've been using this same datum for 29 years. So next slide, 39 years, I'm sorry. And then coordinate reference systems. So reference systems are based off of the spheroid. And all spatial data needs to be georeferenced to a fixed point. Think of when I talked about the levels of processing that folks do before the data is given or served to you. It needs to be, one, radiometrically corrected, but also needs to be georeferenced so that you have confidence that the area of the observation, the imagery that you're getting, is accurate. It's actually been georeferenced. It's been mapped specifically to that part of the planet. And so that's how we use projected coordinate systems. So when we pair a data point or pixel with a specific location on the ground, that requires a coordinate reference system. And the two types that we use are geographic and projected. And next slide. So a geographic, I think, as I mentioned before, is going to use the datum at the center of the geoid. And that's going to allow you to have an accurate map of the planet. So if you're looking at a global phenomenon, you would want to use a geographic coordinate system. Some of the benefits are it is appropriate for the planet, planetary analysis, and it's good for data with a large spatial extent. So if you're looking at maybe a hemisphere, actually both hemispheres, that would be a good one. A con is it's not accurate for very exact locations. So if you're looking at, say, the North Pole, or if you're looking at Buenos Aires, it's not going to be as accurate because its intention is to be a global coordinate system. And the typical reference system for the geographic is the WGS 84. That stands for World Geodetic Survey, 1984. So next slide. And then these are types of ways of a projected coordinate system. And all that is really trying to do is take a sphere and trying to put it in a way either into a column or some way of spreading out that sphere onto a planar surface. And there's many, many, many different ways that folks have come up to be able to do this. These are a few examples. And each of those ways of taking a sphere and making it flat onto a plane uses a different projected coordinate system. And each projected coordinate system is more appropriate depending on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to navigate, say in the oceans, to go from one continent to another, you would definitely want to use one coordinate system over another because it's going to maintain the direction. Whereas others are going to maintain the distance better. So it's a trade-off. So again, like everything, it depends, but it really depends on what the application that you're trying to use it for. So some of the benefits of a projected coordinate system is it's really good for specific locations. So for, if you're looking at the South Pole or for a specific national park, or if you're looking at a specific country, or if you're looking at a specific city, it's very appropriate to use a projected coordinate system. Some of the cons, the disadvantages are the accuracy is skewed if you're looking is skewed to one specific location. And it's not useful for data with a large spatial extent. So it's not appropriate for, say, a global extent. So next slide. And then these are just different examples of how one can take different parts of the planet and then be able to flatten them onto a plane. And all of the imagery that NASA provides is dealing with this. So you don't necessarily are thinking about it because it's being given to you in some of these either geographic or projected coordinate systems. But it's really important that in the back of your head that you're aware that it is being given to you in these either geographic or projected coordinate systems. So I think I'm going to leave it there and go on. And then I'm going to quickly go through advantages and disadvantages of remote sensing. So this is an animation. One of the things that NASA is really focused on right now is instead of looking at just the atmosphere or just the biosphere, all the living life either in the oceans or on Earth, or the soil moisture for agriculture or for precipitation, which is all being collected through different instruments. Clouds are very important, understanding Earth's radiation budgets, how much energy is coming and going. So all of this from winds to sea surface currents, sea surface temperature, instead of looking at all of these individually, NASA is really taking a system of systems approach. How are these all interacting? For one, Earth's budget, radiation budget, but also for life on the planet, for life in the ocean, the weather, the climate. How are all these interacting? And that is a huge emphasis of what NASA is currently doing. And so I put this up there just so you understand that one, NASA is collecting data and has been for many decades, but also how are they integrating all this to provide accurate and action-based decisions that we can use from this. So next slide. So So some of the advantages of remote sensing are the ground-based measurements are probably going to be the most accurate anywhere you have. If it's temperature, precipitation, soil moisture, stream flow, any of that. But you'll always be limited to those exact locations. And you can interpolate based on the network of gauges, stations that you have. But there's certain parts of the world where you don't have as robust of a network. And so one of the advantages of remote sensing is it can fill in all those gaps. And it might not be as accurate as that one exact location, but it does give you a global coverage. And that's a huge advantage. Another is it provides consistent observations. I told you about the sun synchronous time. So it's observing the same spot on the planet at the same time. So if you want to look seasonally how things are staying the same or changing, having that consistency helps to do that, as well as that long time record. And it provides continuous monitoring of the planet. And it helps to integrate both the ground measurements, that's surface-based, as well as from the space-based, to provide gridded, frequent information for water resources as well as data parameters. And another great thing, and I think I mentioned this and I want to keep reminding, is NASA, as well as many space agencies, are providing this data. They have a open science philosophy. So all the data is freely available to anybody on the planet. And then the next slide, the disadvantages of remote sensing is very difficult to obtain high spectral resolution, spatial resolution, temporal resolution, and radiometric resolution all in one instrument. There's always going to be a trade-off. And a lot of planning and thought goes into each of these missions that's launched. And what exactly are the objectives of that mission, and what are the trade-offs going to be? Because there will be trade-offs. Another is there's a large amount of data in a variety of formats. And a problem even 10 years ago, definitely 20 years ago, definitely 30 years ago, we didn't have enough data. And even NASA was charging people to use the data. And there's actually, I was just at a conference in the state of Colorado, and they showed a graph of how much imagery from that Landsat mission that I talked about. And before they made it publicly available, so free, and then after. And the amount of downloads and the amount of use from the imagery after they made it publicly available is marked. It is a huge difference, and how much great science has been able to be achieved. So the problem was before we didn't have enough of the data, and now we're swimming in data, just kind of like we're constantly swimming in information from our smartphones and everything else. We're just in a wash of data. So now what we're doing is we're catching up with the infrastructure, the cloud processing, to be able to handle that voluminous amount of data, to be able to actually pick signals out of the noise and actually, as somebody said earlier, I think it was Jen or John Bolton, how can we actually produce information that we can use instead of just having this sea of data, which doesn't really do us too much good. And another thing is applying satellite data may require additional processing steps. And so that does take some level of training and understanding. And then also has to be validated. A lot of time for these missions, all of them are spent on calibrating the instruments and then also validating the instruments as well. So a lot of that goes on. And to this day, even after they're in orbit, they're still doing that. So next slide. And then this is just some terminology. Again, you have all these slides and they're all translated. So hopefully you'll go back and review that. Next slide. And then this is contact information. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, but this is the program in which I'm part of. Is called the NASA Applied Remote Sensing Training Program. And we give free trainings online, so they're not in person. Some of them are, like right now, but most of them are online. And we do trainings from air quality to disasters, to agriculture, you name it. and they're all freely available. And even if you didn't take one of the trainings, they're all on YouTube, and all the materials are online, and all the materials are translated to Spanish. So you have access to all this. So if you're interested in learning more about remote sensing in general and very specific applications, if it's water quality, or if it's, you know, assessing water budgets in different river basins, we have all these different trainings that you can go to. So I think that's the last slide here. And what I would recommend is maybe we just take a quick 5-minute break if people want to grab some water and run to the restroom. And then why don't we meet back here at 2:25 if that works for everybody. Cool. Thank you.
Very good.
Check 1, 2, check, 1, 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please do come back into the room. We're about to start. Calling everybody in the other room, please come back into the room. We're about to start. If you will, please grab your drinks, grab your food. Come one and all. We're about to get it going. Come on. You don't want to miss this. I promise you, it's going to be a good one. Oh, man. You miss this, you're going to be telling all your family, I can't believe I showed up late to Sean's. Sunshine. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I can take a picture with you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Oh.
You have Instagram? You don't. I don't do social media. Oh, I know. Like social media. Oh, yes. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. All right, if we can have everybody come back into the other room, I'd appreciate it. Come one, come all. I know. Yeah, blame them, man. I'm drinking up there too. All right, thank you. Do we have any questions from the people in the audience at all, or?
The Q&A.
Oh, okay. Okay, great, awesome. Okay. I also wanted to thank everybody that's online that might not be here in person, but thank you so much for joining. We are monitoring the chat, so if you have any questions, definitely feel free to ask them in the chat or in the Q&A, and we will try to address them, or I will try to address them. But thank you, everybody that's online. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. I really appreciate your patience. I know 2:30 on the afternoon is not the most attentive time. So thank you, everybody. Hopefully you got some coffee and some caffeine. Hopefully we can all, I know I'm still up here drinking. So now that we've established some of the fundamentals of remote sensing, and we discussed some of the terminology behind remote sensing, the other thing that Perry and John asked me to talk about are some aspects of land cover remote sensing. I think a lot of folks starting tomorrow will be discussing other elements of remote sensing and model data. But I'm going to be spending the next roughly probably 30 minutes discussing some of the land cover applications. So next slide. So here's a scale of South America. We're going to be zooming into Brazil. I think some of you are probably from there and probably quite familiar, or you're from there. And that's really on scale of the United States, overlapping it. And we're going to be zeroing into one specific part of the Southern Amazon. And this is using Landsat data starting in, I believe it is 1985. And we're noticing the changes in land cover using the Landsat mission from 1985 to 2018. Just showing you some of the powerful things you can do with satellite imagery, especially when you have a long record of that imagery going back many decades. So we're seeing now the same date, 1985 to present, and we're seeing where the roads start being established in the Amazon. And then once one road is established, you can see that the correlation where other changes in land cover take place are usually radiating out from that primary road. And then this is showing the burned area associated with that. Yeah, I'm sorry, these are 2019 fires. Anyway, that's just showing you some of the powerful things you can do. Burned area is one of the things you can assess very quickly with satellite data. Burned area, you can use different parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. You can use the shortwave infrared as well as the near infrared, and you can create indices from that. And you can look at burned area by taking that index from using the shortwave infrared and the near infrared, and you can look at an image before the fire and then look at another image of the same place after the fire, and it'll show you very clearly where that area has been burned. Where I'm from in California, a lot of people are doing this. I'm from a state in the United States that's very susceptible to climate change. There's a lot of parts of the world that are, but this is just one of the many applications of using different spectral bands to be able to assess burned area. But you can also see that those same spectral bands, you can create those signatures, the chemical makeup of vegetation or roads or buildings, et cetera. You can start looking at the spectral signature of what those are. And then you can start mapping out land cover using these different spectral bands. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about in these next few slides, how one goes about doing that in mapping. So next slide. So I think a lot of discussion today, and I think hopefully throughout this whole week, we're going to keep emphasizing that we really don't want data. We're swimming in data at this point. We're swimming in information. We want to be able to do something constructive or actionable with that data. And so it's really turning those different spectral classes, spectral classes. And again, think about making a sandwich of many different spectral bands from one area of the planet. So it could be from, the green, the blue, the red, the near infrared, the shortwave infrared, the thermal infrared, just kind of stacking all those up and then plotting those out on a curve based on the reflectance of those different bands, and then grouping those pixels based on where they are on that graph. You can start grouping them based on the uniformity. So where are they grouped on those different spectra? And then you can start applying those different groupings to a specific land cover. It could be water, if that's what you're interested in. It could be vegetation like forest. Maybe it's urban areas, so where cities growing. You can start looking at those different spectral signatures and mapping them onto the planet. And so we do that with spectral classes, but ultimately what we want are these informational classes. So we're trying to take those spectra, that data, and then turning it into something that makes sense. Okay, so instead of just looking at spectral curve, we can say that's water or that's forest, et cetera. And so these are just categories that are being derived from these different spectra. And that's really the goal of the image classification, is that process of grouping those different spectral classes and then assigning them to an informational class. So next slide. And this is kind of what it looks like when you start mapping them out based on the different bands. In this case, we're looking at the visible, the blue, the green, and the red, but then also the near infrared, shortwave infrared, and then these are actually two different bands of shortwave infrared. And we can see the different curves of vegetation and then versus soil. And that's one of the ways that you can start distinguishing between different land cover classes very quickly. So I think we've already discussed this before, but objects on the ground reflect radiation differently in different wavelengths. We talked about how that's a spectral signature. So even vast groups, we could say like a forest has a spectral signature compared to, say, an urban area like a city. But depending on what type of instrument we have, we can actually start looking between different species. So maybe it's a conifer tree. So it has needles and it doesn't shed its leaves. It just keeps its needles all year. Or it's a deciduous tree. So in the fall and the winter, it loses its leaves. So we can start plotting those out based on the instruments that we have, and we can actually start differentiating between different forest types. And these are different ways of being able to do that, and just different ways of using different parts of the spectra to be able to do that. Next slide. And these are some plots that we're seeing. These are, again, that sandwich that we talked about. I'm referring to it as a sandwich, but we can look at it here. So we're looking at different spectral bands. The spectral resolution is one, how wide each of those bands are, and then also how close together they are. And in this case, you can see that there are big gaps in these different these plots. The reason for that is because the atmosphere absorbs or scatters a lot of the light, that's the incoming radiation, in these certain spectra. And so that's why it's advantageous when you're observing different land cover types that you're specifically, when you're building the instruments to observe them, that you're really trying to target specific wavelengths, because there's really big gaps in these different spectra where the atmosphere is just absorbing or scattering them. So we're not actually collecting those part of the spectra. So when they're building these instruments, they're very much mindful of what channels that they're targeting. And we can see here that there's a lot of differentiation, especially when we're looking at, say, vegetation. We can see in the green, vegetation is very, especially with healthy vegetation, it's more reflective in the green. That's why we can see healthy vegetation, and it's more absorbent. It's absorbing a lot of the red and a lot of the blue. And then we can see here in the near infrared, there's a huge jump in reflectance, especially with healthy vegetation. And that's one of the ways that we can quickly start differentiating vegetation from other forest types. And then we can see here with the water, it's much more reflective in the blue and the green, but then it drops off in the red, and it's near nothing in near infrared because so much of it is being absorbed, that light. And that's why typically water is blue and green, and on and so forth. We can see soil, especially in the shortwave infrared, is very reflective. And even the humidity within that soil depends on how reflective it is. So drier soil is more reflective than humid soil. So these are just different ways of assessing different land cover types. So next slide. And this is one way of plotting the band 3. So in this case, this would be, the red band. And then this is band 4, the near infrared band. And we could see that in vegetation, it's very reflective in band 4, but it's not reflective because it's absorbing a lot of that, especially with healthy vegetation, it's absorbing a lot of that red light. Water is not reflective in either the red or the near infrared. It's absorbing a lot of that light. And then dry soil in both the band 3, the red, as well as the near infrared, it's more reflective, dry soil is. So these are just different ways of being able to plot these different land cover types based on the different spectra. Next slide. I think we already took a look at this slide before. And then for those of you that went through I think all of us have been through the installation, QGIS is mentioned here as one of the softwares used to differentiate. There's many different software, but we wanted to show QGIS, one, because it's open source. So everything we're using in this workshop is publicly available, or it's open source or open access. So it's not, you don't need any money to be able to access it. So this is just one software, an application you can use that can help you create these different spectral plots. So next slide. And this is showing the same thing I just did. Next slide. And so this is showing different types of vegetation. This is an example, but this is 7 different types of vegetation. It could be grasses, it could be different species of trees. And so this is trying to show you in the different bands how it can be a real challenge to start differentiating between different species based on the spectra alone. If you have when we talked about spectral resolution about 30 minutes ago, we talked about that hyperspectral resolution. That might help differentiate some of the different species, but a lot of research is still ongoing when it comes to that. But these are just different ways of plotting vegetation generally, and how it can be, they can appear quite similar, but depending on the instrument, you might be able to start getting different signals from these different spectra. So next slide. And these are showing examples again, when you plot all the different bands, the spectra. So this is the reflectance again. So this is looking at reflectance off of the ground, the land surface. And in this case, we're looking at vegetation versus soil. And we can start looking at, there's a clear distinction, especially in different parts of the spectra, that can help start separating that reflectance, that signal that we're getting at the instrument. And so that's how we can start plotting. In this case, we're using 6 bands. Band 6 for some reason is not shown here, but this is 6 different bands, and then the reflectance that you're getting in each of those bands. So this could be, blue, green, red, near infrared, shortwave infrared, et cetera, and how these are being plotted out. And that's how we can use different software like QGIS, but it could be any other type of software. Maybe you're used to using Esri products like Arc Pro. They do the same thing, but it's just different ways of being able to plot that out so you can start categorizing and giving informational classes based on the data that you're seeing. So anyway, next slide. And then when we start talking about multidimensional, so when we start pulling in more than 2 bands, say it's 3 bands, 4 bands, you start getting into n-dimensional space. And n-dimensional space just has to do with the number of bands that you are using and plotting. So this is an example of 2-dimensional space. Here's an example when you start going into, more 3-dimensional, et cetera, and how the software is actually starting to, cluster these different spectra based on where they are on their spectral curve. So next slide. And let's see, require. And so, yeah, to be able to start assigning categories or information classes, we need to start grouping those pixels some way. And we can do that based on the spectral plot that we saw. But we can also start grouping them based on statistics. So you can start looking at values of the anyway, we can start, the goal is to start grouping them in some logical order. And that could be based on statistics. It could be based on the spectral plots that we were assigning. And Natalia Costa, how are you? Anyway, so I guess I'll stop there. Is there any questions to this point? Either from in person or anybody out there online? We definitely encourage questions. Okay. Is somebody sharing their screen by chance or no? So I'm going to keep going for the sake of time. And so really the goal now is taking those different spectra and then grouping them. And again, I talked about doing that statistically, but we can also do it based on the training data that we have. We can either using machine learning techniques, or we can use it using different clustering techniques that are not supervised, so they would be unsupervised, or we can use a supervised technique, which is, say, a subject matter expert. That could be one of you that's trying to assign those information classes based on the imagery that you have, based on the different spectral bands that you're looking at. You can start grouping the different bands based on the, again, if they are, showing different spectra in, say, water or vegetation, you can start grouping them. And there's different methods to do that. One of the methods is supervised, which is very much user-driven. So you are the one that's delineating that I am going to assign this area to water. I'm going to assign this area to vegetation. I'm going to assign this area to some urban landscape. And that's one way of doing it, which is a supervised. And unsupervised is you are letting some algorithm, and there's different algorithms that do this, to cluster those pixels that the algorithm thinks are based on the spectra again, that are have a relationship. And it's based on the spectral curve. And that would be, that could be grouping them based on the number of, you could say, I want to have 10 clusters, or you could say, I want 8 clusters, but depending on the number that you have, it will automatically use an algorithm to cluster those for you. These are just different ways of going about assigning information classes to the imagery that you have. So you can do this at a pixel by pixel basis, or you can do it on an object base. Thank you, Perry and Taylor. And so these are just different ways of going about doing that. And object-based is more looking at, it's more a way of segmenting based on the texture of the image. And it's really assigning the categories based on how the machine's algorithm is clustering or segmenting these. And then you're assigning different categories to that. Or you can do it using a pixel-based approach. But these are just different methods of ultimately achieving the same thing, which is our information classes. And there are entire courses you can take on this. When I was doing my undergrad, I was a TA, a teacher's assistant in a class, and literally the entire semester, they just learned how to do this. So the fact that I'm going through it in 5 minutes is kind of, it's crazy to think about, but there's a lot more that goes into this, but it's just important that you know that that there is definitely a human element to this, depending if it's an unsupervised or a supervised. There is a lot of there's a lot of corrections that and a lot of influence that humans have to attest for the accuracy of the result. So next slide. And I think I discussed this. These are the different approaches, supervised versus unsupervised. Next slide. And this is just kind of a infogram showing how this plays out. So in a supervised, if you were a subject matter expert, you would be assigning, you would be grouping them. You would actually draw a polygon on the map saying, this is water, this is water, this is a forest, this is a road, etc. And you would be assigning those classes. And after you did that, based on the samples that you drew, the algorithm would then go through and apply those spectral signatures based on the training and apply that to the other pixels. And that's how you would get a result with those information classes. And then you would evaluate the result of that. And typically there's going to be an iteration, excuse me, typically you're going to need to iterate because you might not be as satisfied with the result. There's ways of assessing accuracy. And that was anytime you undergo one of these processes for classification, it's absolutely vital that you assess the accuracy of those results. And depending on that accuracy, you would need to iterate on that to maybe draw more representational samples of the different categories or the different classes, or you would maybe need to draw more of them so you can capture more of the variability within those different classes. And then the unsupervised is you basically, the machine uses an algorithm, runs clustering, you assign it how many clusters you want, and then it identifies those classes, and then you basically edit that and then iterate on that. And a lot of times, this is a useful tool if you are maybe not as familiar with the area, maybe you're not an expert in the area that you're working in, and you can start running unsupervised methods and then start running supervised methods on that to be able to refine the results. So you might start out with maybe 15 clusters, and based on the results of that, you can then start, they call it cluster busting. So isolating different clusters and then reassigning values within them to be able to refine it more. So just different ways of doing it. Everybody has an opinion. I'm not going to go into what opinions are, but we'll go to the next slide. And this is basically showing somebody here is drawing samples, different training samples of these different pixels based on some subject matter expert is identifying this as known water, known conifer, and known deciduous. So this would hopefully be somebody that's familiar with that area, that knows this is a forest, that knows this is a, so on and so forth. And they can, with confidence, be able to draw those samples. And based on the samples that they draw And they would draw more than just one of each. They would draw many to capture the variability within them. And then ultimately, they would train on the spectral signature of those sampled pixels and then start deriving different information classes. Next. And then this is basically showing that same thing. The spectral signature of each pixel gets matched with the training signatures, those polygons, and then the image is classified accordingly. And then ultimately you check the accuracy of that. So next slide. And this is kind of a rules of thumb when you're going about doing this, best methods, so to speak. So if you're using n bands of data, let's say you have 5 spectral bands that you're going to use to classify this, then you would want 10 times the number of bands. So you'd want, say, at least a cluster of 50 pixels representative of water, and you'd want many of them. You'd want at least 50 pixels if you're working with 5 bands of, say, vegetation, et cetera. And then the size of that must be large enough to provide accurate estimates of each class. The location should be represented by several training areas positioned throughout the image. You don't want to collect all of your training samples in one area. You want to spread it out, so you're getting a lot of heterogeneity throughout the image. And then the number, you want 5 to 10 per class minimum. So if you had 5 classes you wanted to classify, then you would want 5 to 10 training samples per class. And uniformity. So each training area should exhibit unimodal frequency distribution for each spectral band. Next slide. And this is just going into more about how you can see here, this is selecting one polygon around this, but there's a lot of heterogeneity in this area. You'd want to select an area that has more homogeneity, that's more characteristic of that one area based on its one spectral signature. So in this case, they are, instead of taking one, which has a lot of variability, you would try to capture multiple so that it's capturing each unique spectral signature of each land cover class. So next slide. And now I'm going to switch over and I'm going to give an example. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to give an example of a tool. I'm going to take a show of hands. How many people have heard of Earth Engine before? Earth Engine, some of you? Great. Oh, okay, good amount of you. Great, wonderful. So the next couple examples I'm going to show, because I think I've been talking long enough. I think now is a good time to start showing some examples, some demonstrations, and all this code, the links to this code you have access to, both in the English and the Spanish versions. So if you have an Earth Engine account, yes, please. Yeah, I see a question.
Dame un segundo. Usa el micrófono para traducción.
El proceso que pasaste, que explicaste hace ratitos, ¿es con el programa QGIS lo que se hace o con qué software, digamos? Y se utiliza la imagen Landsat.
Yeah, great question. Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. It's a really good one. It's software agnostic. You're not limited to one application or one software. QGIS, ArcPro, Earth Engine. There's a lot of open source. There's a lot of proprietary software, but all of them will allow you to do this. And a lot of them use the same or similar algorithms. So we talked about the unsupervised or supervised. A lot of them are using similar or same algorithms to be able to start parsing those out into different informational classes. So you don't need to use just one software. I prefer QGIS myself, just because I like to use open source software. And in the program that I'm in, the RSET program, we have people from all over the world. It's very international. And not everybody has access to Esri software, which can be very expensive. So we try to use, in my program, open source, publicly available, free software. But you can absolutely, if you're more familiar with, say, like a ArcPro, you can absolutely use that to do this, this method. Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. Okay, anybody online? Anybody with questions? Did you have a question? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. So I guess this is a reminder. I think Perry sent this out, but this is a reminder that if you wanted to follow along either today or in the future, that one of the requirements to using this software is you need to create an account with Earth Engine. If you have a Gmail address, that's one way you can do it. You can use, if you have like an academic address, email address, you can use that too. But the important thing is you do need to create an account. It is free, but you do need to create an account. And the demonstrations that I'll be showing today will be using Earth Engine. And so next slide. And so what is Earth Engine for those that aren't familiar? It is, so this is kind of jargony when I say raster. Raster just basically anything that is made up of pixels. So think of most imagery that you're used to seeing. It's going to be raster based. It's going to be made of pixels that have columns and rows delineating some dimension, like how many, what's the width, what's the height, etc. And so that's what this word means, raster. And it's a cloud-based raster computing, and it greatly lowers or removes barriers to working with imagery, and especially with a large volume of imagery. And that, as I mentioned earlier in my previous presentation, that in the past, even 10 years ago, we were hungry for more data. We wanted more data. Now the problem is we literally are being overloaded with data. So the methods that we had in the past are not able to keep up with processing the voluminous data, the time series going back for decades. We're talking millions of images that you want to process, and you're not able to do it on your personal machine. Maybe you work in an office or maybe a bureaucracy where you can do that, but a lot of people don't have that opportunity. So the great thing about Earth Engine is it is free, but you have to create an account. But you're able to access the entire records of all this imagery, and you're able to process it in seconds, which is incredibly powerful. And so finally, the algorithms are catching up to the data. So before we used to take the algorithms, the data to the algorithms. Now we're able to take the algorithms just to the data because all of it's being stored on Google's cloud. And so Google is hosting all the data. They're providing the application programming interface, or API. They're providing that to be able to interact with the data, to process it, to analyze it, to visualize it, to do all of that. And it does take some coding, but it's a lower bar to be able, with literally just a handful of lines of code, you can do so much computing power in just a handful of lines of code. And I'll be showing that very soon. And it's also personal computing capabilities. And the great thing is it's free for scientists, researchers, and developers. So I know there's developers out there, certainly a lot of scientists and researchers in the crowd. So anyway, it's a really great platform, and it's definitely taken off. And a lot of people are using it just because it's so powerful. Next slide. And again, I think I mentioned this, but it takes advantage of Google's cloud computing capabilities. So you're no longer having to download any data. You're removing that. All you're doing is you're basically getting the results. What do you want? What's that information you ultimately want to get? And then you can actually make some decision. You don't need to go through downloading and getting, purchasing software or downloading software. There's nothing wrong with that. I still do all that, but it certainly streamlines that whole workflow. And it's really good for accessing satellite data, especially a lot of the European Space Agency, as well as the NASA satellite data. It's really great for that. And a lot of the algorithms that we're used to using, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but you were just talking about QGIS. A lot of those algorithms are actually within the Earth Engine script. So you can actually do a lot of that in Earth Engine as well. And they provide an API, an application programming interface. And you can also, if you're more familiar with Python, which I'm sure a lot of you are, they also provide an option to interact with Python API as well. So next slide. There's just a kind of a image showing how it's all basically all this data. And actually the folks that started Earth Engine, they were brought on, they actually used to work at NASA. I actually got a see a talk. They came to the place where I work many years ago now, it's probably 7 years ago. But they came and they were actually hired by Google because they'd been working with satellite data for many, many years. And Google hired them on to be able to launch Earth Engine. And so they're one of the ones that are really getting us off the ground. But they just have such a vast catalog and they're constantly adding to it. So anytime new imagery is being pulled down from different platforms, they're ingesting it on their servers so that we can ultimately use it. So next slide. And okay, so the JavaScript API, which is what I'm going to be demonstrating today, is one of the ways to interact with the data. But I think I mentioned a Python API is also available through Google Colab, Google Collaboratory. So if you have a strong preference for Python, which some of you might have, you can certainly do that. Yes, I have a question in the back.
I'm wondering if we are familiar with R and not Python or JavaScript. Do we have any chances here?
It's a great question. So currently it's just a Python API or JavaScript type API. I've not heard anything if Google plans on providing more options. I'm sure a lot of the user community would prefer that, but currently there's just those two APIs that they're working with. But it's a great question. Thank you. And I would say that so here's again, everything in life is about repetition. If you do the same thing every day, you're going to get familiar with it. You might have your own programming. So a lot of people say that the Python API is more difficult, but something tells me if you did that every day for a month, you'd probably not find it as difficult as maybe the JavaScript API. So it's all relative to everything you're doing. And just like anything, repetition is you're just going to get better at it. So anyway, next slide. Great. And then so these are some of the uses of Google Earth Engine for satellite imagery analysis. So you can automate data processing and display. So you can create these scripts and very easily just share that link with friends or colleagues, folks that you collaborate with, and they can take that script and continue to build off it. You can create repositories, shared repositories, same as when you pulled from Perry's GitHub repo. You can do the same thing with, they're basically using the same Git on the back end to be able to share repositories with colleagues. So you're able to do that, but you're not necessarily having to go through the steps that you all did to be able to pull that. They're just constantly updating that in the background. Near real-time monitoring. This really depends on the mission. Some of the missions are more current. They're updated more often than others, but it is very useful for near real-time because they are constantly ingesting recently observed satellite data. And then you can apply a lot of machine learning algorithm applications to the data as well. And then there is a graphical user interface implementation. It's probably not the most common. It's much more robust to use one of the APIs, but there is a user interface implementation, but it's not as powerful. Next slide. So this is an example of using is a time series of MODIS and DVI. I think Perry's going to be discussing some of MODIS tomorrow. And so anyway, this is just showing you the power of MODIS imagery, which is collected on a daily 1 to 2 days, actually. It depends. Typically on 1 day, but sometimes it can be up as much as 2. And because you have that temporal resolution, you're able to observe things as, say, the seasonal pulse of the seasons as they migrate north and south within equatorial Africa. You can see in Southern Africa and in Mozambique, how it greens up and how it shifts north and back. You can see how in the Horn of Africa, and especially up in Southern Sudan, how every season, how it kind of pulses up and back, and how the Sahel goes from, quite arid to quite green just in a matter of months when the monsoon season hits. So it's just really powerful. This is, we're visualizing this. It's really powerful to be able to see that, but there's a lot of stuff you can do in terms of analysis, in terms of, how is this season compared to all the previous seasons, or, how is this one area compared to other areas, depending on that season or other periods of time. So there's a lot of great, you can start correlating this with environmental variables. So if soil moisture or precipitation or these other variables that are contributing to, say, vegetation greenness, which is what we're looking at. So anyway, it also takes a lot of the heavy computation and it puts it on their cloud servers, which is benefit. Also for large areas, for landscape time series analysis and for change detection, it's incredibly powerful for summary statistics. And then also when I talked about anytime you do a classification, you always have to do some type of accuracy assessment, and you can also do that within Earth Engine as well. So next slide. And so these are some of the examples of the data. I highly recommend, we did provide links, or I provided links in here for the data catalog, and you can explore for yourself. And it's not just Earth observations. There's also model data. There's also socioeconomic data that people are updating into there. So I highly recommend that you go through the catalog for yourself. Maybe you're more focused on, water resources, and there's whole data sets that are just for your area of interest that are on here. And you can filter the data sets based on your interest. So this is just an example of, say, Landsat, and this Landsat archive is going from, the last 50 years, from 1972 till present. And so you can get the raw images, the top of atmosphere, or the surface reflectance. I didn't go into those nuances, but for the sake of time, I'm going to keep going. So those are some of the data sets. And then you can keep, next slide. And then also starting about 8 years ago, actually 9 years ago, the European Space Agency started launching a series of satellites, which they call the Sentinels. And these are observing land processes, but they're also observing oceans, they're observing the atmosphere. So they're really approaching it from a system of systems approach, which is how NASA is now going about their missions as well. And this is an example of one of the Sentinels, Sentinel-2. So this is observing both the land as well as the any water resources on land as well. And this has a better spatial resolution and temporal resolution than Landsat. So this is just one of the really nice data sets that you have the entire time series for. Next slide. And then Perry is going to be demonstrating some of the MODIS data tomorrow, or the imagery, I'll say. But this is example, and they have everything from daily to 8-day to 16-day composites. There's so much, and I highly encourage you to go and see for yourself. All the links are on these slides, and you can go and see for yourself. Next slide. And this is a shameless plug for some of the RSET trainings that, once again, I am with the RSET program, so I would be remiss not to plug some of the trainings that we're doing. But we've done a lot of trainings using SAR data. SAR stands for synthetic aperture radar. And one of the most widely used missions that collects the SAR imagery is from the Sentinel-1 mission, which the European Space Agency launched. The first one went up in, I want to say 2015, and they launched a second one. Unfortunately, one of them is no longer working, but another one is working, and they're about to launch another one to complete that constellation. But this is, if you want to learn how to work with radar imagery and SAR imagery, do go to the RSET website. Actually, the woman that leads the trainings is from Panama. And so not only do we translate the materials, but the trainings themselves are actually led in Spanish as well. So, and we have a lot of trainings that are led in Spanish because 4 different people on our team are native Spanish speakers. So definitely worth checking out the RSET trainings. And this one specifically is looking at forest mapping and monitoring with using SAR data. And all this is, the presentations and the materials are in Spanish. Next slide. And again, this is looking at different applications for burned area. I think I talked about this earlier, so we'll skip on. This was one that we did looking at mangrove mapping. And this was using anyway, different methods to map mangroves using both optical as well as the SAR data. So next slide. And this is just showing an example of using Earth Engine for land cover mapping. In this case, we were using just 3 information classes. In this one, we have 6 different information classes. Next slide. And this one is using some jargon. This is saying NDVI, that stands for Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. It's a way of assessing, it's a way of getting a signal of the greenness of vegetation. And the Enhanced Vegetation Index, or EVI, is more appropriate in different land cover types, especially if it's a dense forest, say like a rainforest, where you have a lot of dense greenery, then this index would be more appropriate. But they're just different ways of assessing the greenness of the vegetation. And so anyway, there's all of this is available through the Earth Engine application. Next slide. And this is showing, so this is kind of leading into my demo. And this is showing some of the different land cover products. So if you wanted to be able to take a product and just start working with it, instead of going through the steps of, subsetting the imagery and then creating training classes and then running a classification algorithm and then assessing the accuracy, if you wanted to take one of the, we call them analysis ready products, which is really what our set is trying to get across, because really you want to be able to take a data product and be able to do something to derive a decision. These are some of the options that you have just through Earth Engine. These are classified and validated to a certain level of accuracy. And in my demonstration, I'm going to be showing or demonstrating how you can both access and start visualizing this one data product, this European Space Agency, the ESA World Cover 10 meter. And here, this link here is a link directly to the all the different land cover tagged data sets on Earth Engine. So next slide. And so now it's going to lead into the demo. Next slide. And again, all this has been translated and you have access to it all, but the code for this demo is all you have to do is create that Earth Engine account. And if you click on this link, it should take you to my repository where you can use the code however you want. It is freely available. I hope you use it. And then for the data set in which I adapted the code, if you want to learn more about the source of that, you can click here and how that data set was generated. And so this is land cover for the year 2020. And it's provided by this data set, and it's provided by the European Space Agency using both Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data. So that's both the optical data as well as the radar data. And that's how they generated this forest class. And it's generated to a 75% overall accuracy. And it's been validated by an independent source. So in this push for open science, there's a group called CIOS, Community on Earth Observing Satellites. It's an international community, and one of their goals as they push open science is there always has to be an independent validation. And so there's actually a group out of the Netherlands that validated this global land cover data set, and it was derived from millions of different satellite imagery from both Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, and it was actually generated from a consortium of different people, academics, federal bureaucrats, et cetera. And so that's how this was generated. And so I'm going to go ahead and step over here and demonstrate how in just a handful of lines of code, you can really start confining and constraining your analysis to your study area. So in that case, I decided to use the La Plata River Basin because I believe everybody in here is probably more concerned about that river basin than any other one. So I'm going to quickly walk you through this code, and you're going to see in just not that many lines of code, we're able to generate a map on the bottom, such as this, which is a land cover map, which has been subset to the La Plata River Basin. Yeah. So Again, this is just anytime you work with code, hopefully best practices, you always comment. So hopefully if you're coding, you're used to doing that. This shows, this code is free and open. It also shows the source of that. So if you wanted to read more. And this first line of code is establishing a variable. So a lot of times when you code, you define variables. And in this sense, I'm defining a variable and I'm going to call that land cover. And in that variable, I'm basically taking the Earth image collection for this European Space Agency world cover version 100, which is based on the year 2020. And then I'm going to define a new variable, which I'm calling clip. And I'm going to take that collection, that 2020 land cover map, and I'm going to clip it based on an asset, which I've defined up here as La Plata. And that's basically, I'm going to use a jargon called a shapefile. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically a polygon that delineates an area of interest. And that polygon in this case is the boundary for the La Plata drainage basin. So I define that variable La Plata as that shapefile or that polygon, that boundary. And that's what I'm using to subset or to clip the global map, because this data set is global. And I'm using that land cover, that shapefile to clip it to just that area of the La Plata basin. So in just those two lines of code right there, I've already taken that data set and clipped it to the area of interest. It could be any area of interest, but I chose La Plata just because I thought that might be of more interest. And then I defined a variable visualization, which basically defines the colors of all the different information classes. And then in this next line of code, I set the center of the map to be the shapefile or that polygon, which would be the La Plata River Basin. And then these next lines of code, which I commented, are adding map layers to the map window. So you need to use a function called map add layer. And then I'm saying I want to add that clipped, that subset image of just the La Plata River Basin. And I'm going to visualize it with the variable I defined just above, this variable visualization. I'm going to use that visualization. And lastly, I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to give it a name called land cover. And then this next line of code where it says map.setOptions is using a satellite image as a base map. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Google Maps, and the default is not an image. It's their default map window, that map, whatever that is. I don't know what the better way to describe it, but this is basically defining and saying, I want to use imagery as the base map. So when I have that land cover map, that base map load is going to be just some satellite imagery. At the extent in which we're looking at it now, it is probably publicly available, but the way that Google tiles their map, the more you zoom in, it will go to proprietary commercial satellite imagery they probably had to pay for to use as their base map. But the way they tile it, this is probably Landsat or Sentinel data. And then I started defining, I defined a new variable, and that was, I called it viz params. And that's basically defining the visualization I want to give to the polygon. So that's what all this line of code does here. And then I use that function again, map.addLayer, and I added that shapefile. I added that polygon to the map window, which is down on the bottom. And I used the variable viz params and the parameters that were defined. So just in those handful lines of code, I've already taken a global data set, subset it to just the area of interest, and I've also added the shapefile, and in not that many lines of code. The next block of code here is creating the legend for the information classes. So again, we have spectral classes, but remember, we ultimately want information classes, and this is basically creating that legend. So it'll appear and use the same color relationship between the visualization I defined above and the where is it? Here it is. So I'm using the palette here to match the visualization I defined above. And I'm also matching the information classes. So the name of the legend, I'm matching each information class with the category, the name of that. And that's basically this whole chunk of code is just trying to make a pretty legend. So I would think probably the most lines of code in this entire thing is not even dealing with the imagery. All it's trying to do is make a pretty legend. So it's a little ironic that probably the hardest work I had to do was just make a legend, but it just goes to show how powerful it is to take a lot of data and do a lot with it and not much code, and then really get a headache of just trying to create a legend. But anyway, it doesn't matter. You have all that. It's in the code. You can do it whatever you want. Give the name to that. This is a function. That's a loop function to basically go through and assign the different information classes to the different colors for those information classes. So that's and then I basically used a function to add that to the legend. And then this last block of code, which you can uncomment, you have access to all this. If you wanted to export this, or if you wanted to change or edit the code above, however you wanted, but if you wanted to export this to maybe bring into like QGIS, or if you wanted to bring it into say like Arc Pro or something like that, you can use this last block of code, which I'm highlighting here, which is already commented out. And anyway, yeah, you can basically uncomment that. And if you have a Google account, you're automatically given 15 gigabytes of storage on Google Drive. You can purchase more if you want, but you get 15 gigabytes for free. And you can basically export that to your Google Drive. And then you can bring that into a GIS, a commercial, an open source, whatever. So that's basically what all that code is doing. And you can do it all pretty straightforward. And I'm going to go ahead and click run. I know it's already done, but this is basically going to take that global data set, center it on the La Plata drainage basin, clip it to just that basin, and it's going to create a legend using the visualization, the colors, as well as the information classes so that it will appear. And cool thing about this is, you know, you can zoom in. Oh, shoot, where's the, oh, and here's another thing. Yeah, so this is, if you want to play around with the layers, so you can see, this is one of the shape files. You can turn that on and off. You can turn the land cover on and off. And anyway, where's the zoom? So does anybody here have an area of interest that they're interested in? Any part of the basin that you want to take a look at? How about somewhere up in, well, I'm sorry. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so we are now at the Brazil-Uruguay border, and so anything in red is going to be some urban built-up environment. So it's probably going to be buildings, roads, non-impervious surfaces. So any built-up environment, concrete, steel, brick, glass, and then anything in dark green is going to be forest. Anything in this lighter shade is going to be cropland. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, and then we can turn it on and off, and you can start seeing how accurate this is. And this is just through visualization. There's a lot other metrics you can look at, but one second. And because this is 10-meter, which is pretty good for publicly available data, you can really start zooming in a lot. And the base map that they're using at this extent is very high resolution. It's probably commercial imagery, but we're going to turn this on and off and see how good it did. And again, this was done using both Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data. So that's both radar data as well as optical data. So depending on what your area of interest, and thank you for suggesting that, I really appreciate audience participation. But this is just one way. If you're, depending on where your area of interest is, you can zoom into that and really start drilling down a little bit more. So what I suggest now is I have a couple more demos, but why don't we take a 25-minute break? Because I'm tired of talking. I'm sure you guys are tired of me talking. So why don't we take a 25-minute break, get some coffee, and we'll meet back up at, let's say, 4 o'clock. So 28 minutes. How's that? Cool. All right, I'll see you guys then. Thanks.
Estimados, regresamos a la sala, por favor, para continuar. Estimados, regresamos a la sala para continuar. Okay. Okay, are you gonna actually?
Yeah, I'm gonna somehow, yeah, I'm gonna do the thing, yeah. Okay, everybody, please come back and take your seats. We are getting to the end. I know you've been listening to me for a long, long time, but we're almost to the end. I've got 2 more demonstrations. They're not going to be that long. I'm going to do 1 more demonstration in Earth Engine, and then I'm going to do the last demonstration using an application called Climate Engine, which I just want to show very briefly what this application is. There's a lot to explore on your own with this application. But I do want to, I want to make you aware of it so that you can come back on your own and explore for yourself. So the next code that I've created for you, and I shared it in the presentation that you have access to, is called JRC Global Surface Water. And I'm actually going to switch back to presentation. Okay, so real quick summary of the previous, the Google Earth Engine platform. Real quickly, let me go to presentation view. It provides users with cloud-based computing resources. The capabilities of Earth Engine are similar to those of many GIS platforms. I've had a few different questions about, the things that I'm doing in one application. Can I bring it into Earth Engine? And my initial response is you definitely should be able to. I haven't done it, so I can't with 100% certainty say yes, but you should be able to based on the computational power and the algorithms that are built in or the algorithms you can add to. So you should be able to do almost everything in one application, say like QGIS or ARC or something else in Earth Engine. And I've been demonstrating everything in JavaScript API, and that enables JavaScript coding and automation of basic remote sensing for processing large voluminous imagery. And then users interested in the Python API, if Python is your preferred language, definitely can explore Google Colab. And there's a lot of material out there to learn about how to do that. And let's see, and then session 2, we covered land cover classification and accuracy assessment. In this slide here are links. So if you want to learn more about land monitoring applications, you can check out this RSET training, actually 2 different RSET trainings for the links there. And those links are for the English material, but you can also access that in Spanish as well. And then something I'm highlighting here is the Docs tab. If you have Earth Engine open, if you see the tab on the top left-hand side of the window, in the top left-hand, there's a few different tabs. One of them is scripts. The middle one is docs. And a lot of the functions and a lot of the algorithms that you'll be applying to the imagery, you can read about. So if you're curious, oh, what does that do? Or what does this do? You can go to that and use it as a reference. So I just wanted you to know that that's there for your reference. And then the links here on the developers guide and then the Earth Engine developers group, these are resources that you can use. The top one is created by Google Earth Engine just to get more familiar with the application. And then the developers group are from people from all over the world asking the same questions that I'm asking, that you're asking. And so it's a way of crowdsourcing it with people within the community that want to learn more. So those are really good resources if you want to learn more about specific applications or just generally about the Earth Engine. So I'm going to give a brief demonstration, thank you, Perry, on surface water acquisition in the La Plata Basin. I believe this is probably of interest to many here because this is your basin of interest. In the slides that we provided, I provided a code at the top. That code is to the demo, which I'm about to show you. And then the data set is to the data set, the generator of that data set. That's the group, the JRC group that actually created the surface water data set. And they created that data set using Landsat imagery from 1984 to 2021. So it's a long time series of surface water and it's global, but in this code, I have tailored it to be just for the La Plata Basin. And so that's what we're going to show here is this data set. And if you want to learn more, if you want access to the code, or if you want to learn more about how the code was created, these are links that I will provide. So I'm going to jump back over into Earth Engine. And I'm going to go ahead and click run. So I'm going to break down exactly what's going on in this code. I'm going to move somewhat quickly because I've introduced a lot of these concepts to you already. But right off the bat, I've defined 2 different variables. One is a variable that I actually created. I drew a bounding box. I created a rectangle in a specific area within La Plata Basin that I wanted to generate a histogram for. And so I will zoom into that area a little bit later, but I actually created this and I gave it a name, ROI, which stands for region of interest. And I created another variable, which I named La Plata, and that's the same shapefile, that same polygon that is the boundary for the La Plata drainage basin. So those are 2 variables that are defined at the top. And then the next section is just commenting, saying, you know, this code is open source. And if you want to learn how the data set was created, there's actually a really great article in Nature journal. And so you can read specifically how the methods that they used and the accuracy assessment that they performed. So you can read more about that, as well as a link to the source, which is you can find on Earth Engine. And then this next chunk of code are defining more variables. I defined one variable, GSW, that's global surface water. And so I defined that variable, and that took that data set, which is from, again, surface water from 1984 to 2021. And then I defined a second variable, GSW clip, which is global surface water clip. And I basically took that shapefile, that boundary of La Plata Basin, and clipped, I subset that global data set just for the La Plata Basin. And then I defined three other variables. And these three variables are corresponding to bands that are within that global data set. Those bands are occurrence. That's the percentage of occurrence throughout that time record from 1984 to 2021. So of all the pixels where that water has been, what is the percentage that it was there throughout that entire time series? And then there's another variable, absolute change, that is defining another band within that data set, and then transition. So those are seasonal transitions throughout the year. And again, I specified I wanted the base map. That is what's below the data set that I'm bringing into Earth Engine. I'm just defining that base map will be an image, and it's not going to be that default base map when you're using Google Map, whatever that map image, or it's not even an image, whatever that map is. I'm saying I don't want that. I want an image so that I can actually compare it to what I can see through an image as rivers and lakes, etc. Next, I'm going to center the map on the shapefile, and then I'm going to define different variables for the colors I want to use for each of the bands when I add them to the map. So that's what this next chunk of code is, just creating the visualization for those different bands. And then again, it seems a little silly, but probably the most difficult part of this whole code was just creating a legend, which is just ridiculous, but it's really not that difficult, but it's just ironic that it's probably takes the most time. It's just creating a legend. It's not even like, you know, having this access to this incredible data set and querying it and doing what you want. It's just creating, and you don't have to create a legend. I just, you know, why not? Especially if you want to share it with colleagues. All you have to do is, if you can see on the top of this, on the top of this where you can see get link, you can just click that, or you can just share the link to the code that I've shared with you, share it with your colleagues. They have access to this. Again, this is creating a function, creating a for loop, which is basically just assigning the information classes to the different colors in the legend. And then we're just adding that legend. And then this is creating a calculation. So it's creating a water mask, and it's saying, I want to take, I'm defining a variable. I'm going to label it water mask. And it's going to, I want to say anything where water is occurring greater than 90%. I want to, I want to mask that out. So that way I can see, yeah, that way I'm just returning things that are within that parameter. And then I'm creating a histogram, and I'm creating a histogram for the bounding box, that rectangle I drew along one area on one tributary. I think it's to the Uruguay River. I created a special bounding box just if I wanted to look at a histogram as a good way to explore the data, just to see the spread of value within the area of interest. So I really did that. I could have done it anywhere. I just randomly chose a spot just to show you how it's done. But you can certainly edit and modify this code. I really just did it it's more of a proof of concept, so you know that you can do it and that you can modify it. And then I gave that histogram a title, and then added it. And then basically this next line of code is a 2-band image where the first band contains the area information in units of square meters, and the second band contains the transition class information. And that's what this next chunk of code is doing. And then I am defining the visual parameters for the shapefile, just so that when it's added to the map layer, it has some way to visualize it. And then I'm adding all those different map layers. So those variables that I defined earlier, I'm now adding them to the map window below, and I'm also defining the visual parameters, as well as I'm giving it a name. And I'm also saying shown false. So you can see in this layers where the results are output to, you can see only some of them are checked. if I did not add shown false, they would all display. It's just a way of keeping your map window nice and clean and only displaying what you want so you have better control over your code. And let's see what's up. And then this next line of code is showing the absolute difference in the mean occurrence value between 1984 and 1999. So basically the first, say, 16 years of code and the latter 19 years. And so just comparing those date ranges. And then I'm adding that to the map window. And lastly, I'm commenting out an area where I am allowing you to export the results to your drive, if you have a Google account. So this is just one way of viewing global surface water from 1984 to 2021. And it's showing the percentage of pixels. And if I can drag this up, hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit better in the legend. So these colors correspond to the percentage, or I should say the transition classes. If I turn that on. So these are the transitions between all those different years. So you can see where some of the seasonality has been lost, where some of the permanent water has been lost, where it's been gained. You can also look at water occurrence. This is the percentage of occurrence between 0 and 100 from on a pixel by pixel basis. So you can explore this all you want. There's an option here. If I can drag this down. Let's see, where is it? Oh, I need to drag this over. Please excuse me. I can use this inspector tab. And if you want to explore any of the values on here, you can go ahead and click on that, and it will give you the values of all of the different layers, the results from those. So it'll select the water occurrence. I randomly click on a pixel, but it said throughout that entire record, that pixel had water in it 84% of the time. And then you can also look at the absolute change in occurrence. You can look at the transition, and that transition again is in this legend, so you can compare it to that. And then also the water occurrence. So this is an incredibly brief demonstration, but it's a really terrific data set. And because it's such a long time record, you can really explore it. Maybe you're interested in a different part of the planet, but again, I just tailored it to La Plata River Basin. You all have access to it. I'm actually going to wrap up now. I'm going to save the other. I might not even give the other demonstration because we have such a packed week. And this is actually what I was afraid was going to happen. There's just so much we're trying to cover, which is not a bad thing. But I will say, and in the slides that you have, that you do have links to a incredibly powerful application, which is called Climate Engine. This was created through funding from NASA, and it's built off of the Earth Engine platform. And it's also funded from research groups like the Desert Research Institute, which is based in the state of Nevada in the United States. And it's also other players that help support this. But it gives a very nice user interface. So you don't have to do any coding, and you can produce graphs, and you can also produce a lot of climate anomalies. So if you're looking at, maybe some of you are interested in soil moisture or the Palmer Drought Severity Index or the Standardized Precipitation Index, if you want to start looking at anomalies for your study area, you can use a graphical user interface and just using the drop downs that are here. So if you can use climate and hydrology, if you want to look at remote sensing, they also have the Landsats and the MODISes and everything else. And you don't have to do any coding. And you can very quickly start identifying anomalies in your study area. And you can also start outputting graphs based on those anomalies. And you can also download them. You can't download them as GeoTIFFs, unfortunately, but you can download them in other formats and as CSV files, et cetera. So I don't have the time because I've actually run out. and I'm sure you're tired of listening to me anyway. So I'm actually going to hand it off back to Perry. So if I can bring Perry back up here. But thank you guys so much for your attention. I really appreciate it. And I do hope you look into Climate Engine on your own. Thank you.
Yes, I'll just say thank you again, Sean, one more time for talking nonstop for 3 hours. Hopefully it was interesting. I know he's one of the best. And I really just actually want to hand it back over to Larissa here as we move into the last session for today, which is just a quick debrief and discussion and talking about the week to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
So I have a few questions for you. We're going to do a show of hands. How many people know Python? Okay, a few. Python, yeah. How many people know R? There's a couple. So, oh, Python and R. Good, good. Fortran. Yes, meteorologist, right? Yeah. So, well, if you meet Venkat, no. So, if you do meteorological programming, it's still Fortran, right? Okay, Pascal, right? Okay. So for those who know Python, how did you learn Python? How did you learn how to code it? Self-taught, right? Who else? Who took a class in Python to learn it? Okay, that's great because it's the point that I'm trying to make. I learned Python 4 years ago, initially as a hobby because, I needed something else to do. That hobby was, I've learned, I knew Fortran before. I've known IDL, which was another remote sensing algorithm that used to be used very heavily at NASA, PV-Wave, ENVI, those types of software systems, which you have to pay for. And I always paid for the license and grumbled every time I had to pay for the license, but it was good software. But the moment I started switching to Python, it was free. And I didn't have to take a class because the moment I wanted to learn how to do something, I just Googled it. Okay. And if you didn't know how to do it, you Google it and then somebody's probably already done it. And so you can basically figure out how to do it by Google. I learned how to write Python from Google. It was, yeah. Stack Overflow, right? There's like 5 or 6 other ones too, where I've literally copied code and edited it to make it work. So, don't be afraid. And when we say like, a Google Earth Engine really needs that, Python or a couple of other languages, don't be afraid to learn that language. It's not really that complicated, okay? And learning by Google is free. All right, but it does take time. It took me a few nights and evenings and a couple of weekends to really learn some stuff, but I was able to get it done. And the great thing about learning Python is if you have ArcGIS, ArcMap, the Esri software, or QGIS software, that also has embedded Python in it. So then you can learn how to take that Python and embed it within your GIS software, and they speak very nicely to each other, okay? I can't say the same thing about R, but I know a lot of people who are very religious about their R and they hate Python. So R is good too. I'm not saying R is good too. Some people say they like R because it's better with array handling and statistics and stuff like that too, but which is probably true. I didn't learn R because I learned Python. Okay, so it's great that you learn Python, but I would encourage everybody to really pick that up because it is truly open source and it's community based. Okay, so is there any questions that we need to go over? Oh, you see me twice. Are there any questions that we need to go over? Do you guys have any questions for us after day one? Are you completely overwhelmed? Do I see a lot of glossy eyes? Not enough sugar? Okay. Does anybody have any questions at all?
¿Alguna consulta o retroalimentación o comentario sobre lo que hemos visto hoy en el taller? ¿O todo muy confuso? Creo que aquí tenemos una.
Yes, I asked before the question, but I will bring it up again. Is there a remote sensing method to water depth, something like that, to estimate the water depth in shallow waters?
Yes and no. There's a way of using a bathymetry of a reservoir before it's filled. And we use that to estimate reservoir volume, if that's what your question. But some folks have been using sort of an estimate of stream bathymetry to estimate depth based on the water extent. So in short, there's a proxy estimation of depth.
We're actually going to go over that tomorrow, or not tomorrow. Is that Wednesday morning? Yeah. So the part of the agenda where we talk about MOGWAI, MOGWAI, MODIS, optical. I can't remember what it stands for. It's MODIS something, water area information. And I'm going to give you a demo of how to use MODIS data and or Landsat to come up with the area of a lake. And then if you know the bathymetry of the lake, you can take the area just by and multiply by the bathymetry to get the volume. And we can use that volume to insert into like a hydrology model or hydraulics model, as a data point to calibrate like a hydrology or hydraulics model. Okay. So that's a way of combining the remote sensing data with a model. But yes, we can go over, we'll be going over like MOGWAI. You can also do satellite altimetry to get the elevation of the water. Okay, and do we have?
We're not covering altimetry.
Oh, no.
On that note, I was going to add, if you look at the agenda over the remaining days of this week, and if there's a topic that is not being covered that you're interested in, send an email to water@oas.org, and we can discuss that this week, and either during lunch or wherever, because the whole point of this big exercise is making this connection. So we're very interested in seeing what topics you would like us to cover in addition to what's on the agenda.
Well, I spoke with an individual in the middle here who came up with his own evapotranspiration algorithm for lake surface in Excel, Microsoft Excel. Or were you using another model okay. That's really hard to do. And that's really good. I'm really impressed with what you did. The goal would be to basically try to figure out and help you take that and put it into like a Python or a GIS system or Google Earth Engine, so you can take that next step. By doing that, you become big data. That's really cool that you've done that. And if we have any other examples where you've come up with an algorithm or a method that you want to know how to transition that and use more and more data, do it faster processing, do it for seasonal type timeframes, please come and talk to us, share some of those questions or ideas, and we will try to find the right person or we'll try to figure out how to help you, to get you to that next step. Okay. So, it's fast. It was fascinating to see what he's done. It's a really complicated algorithm. I was actually really impressed with what he did. It's more complicated than some of the models that we have, but the trick is to get it to that next step. Okay. So, that's good stuff. Questions? You're gonna...
Are we covering some snow issues, snow cover, snow water equivalent?
But no, but we can discuss some of this. Maybe I can add some to the soil moisture talk tomorrow. No, that's a good point. So we weren't sure whether or not we should include snow, but we'll see if perhaps we can add some tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. So maybe.
Okay, first, thanks to Sean for all the information that he gave us. I really like the the last he presented the application on Google Earth, because for example, from Uruguay, we have a rule based on environmental flow that states that that rule is applied only to permanent rivers. But we don't have a definition of permanent rivers because we don't have flow mediciones, observations on every stream. That and I found a very interesting approach to do that on Google Earth Engine based on statistics on. I really like that application. Thank you. And I think it will be a good thing to observe that in Uruguay.
Thank you so much for the feedback. It's very helpful for us to understand what resonates with a specific audience. And for example, the example of the water bodies, how they're defined is something that we could focus on in future training. So, and again, that's an invitation for any kind of feedback, good feedback, bad feedback. You're not going to hurt our feelings. It's okay. But thank you so much. But the good feedback is welcomed too.
And we're trying to document our goal is to document what we're doing here, from not only how we put this workshop together, but your feedback on how well it's working, so that if somebody asks us to do this again for another part of the region or another part of the world, we can help them out too. So if you do have feedback to help us make this better, please let us know. Obviously, no matter where we go, there's going to be a language barrier. You know, I wish I spoke, you know, all 6 dialects of Spanish that are here. But, you know, outside of that, if there's anything that, you know, you have an idea on that might help us improve this, you know, over the course of as we're going along, an idea or criticism, or please don't do that, or please do this more, just let us know. And we'll write that down and make sure that we can, you know, we use that to improve the seminars as we go forward. So thank you.
Y solo para complementar lo que John les menciona, la idea también es que todo lo que vamos a aprender en este taller lo podamos llevar a otras regiones, a otras partes de la región. Como mencionaba John, por ejemplo, de parte de la agenda también es ir a Centroamérica. En la región del Trifinio hay un río que se llama Río Lempa, que es compartido entre Honduras, Guatemala y El Salvador. Y bueno, un poco se replicaría también lo que estamos haciendo acá. Y bueno, el feedback de ustedes va a ser muy útil para cuando vayamos a otras partes de la región. E igual cuando regresemos para la segunda edición en la Cuenca del Plata, también nos va a ayudar mucho su feedback.
No, please. Okay, thank you. Sorry, too many questions. It's also very interesting to learn more about how to retrieve basin characteristics from digital elevation models. And that's something very useful to cover.
That's a good suggestion. And I know Dr. Lakshmi's group in the back has been working on digital elevation models and different aspects of how to tease out data from that. So these are good side conversations that we could have. And again, if we had a whole nother week, we probably still couldn't cover all the relevant topics for what we need to do. And again, this is training 1, and I hope this is the beginning of several. Thank you for that suggestion. Any other questions?
Yeah. Hola. Sorry. You talk about MODIS, and the problem that we have with MODIS is the spatial resolution, right? So how can we improve this kind of remote sensing tools in order to improve or in order to work with small bodies, for example?
That's a very good question. And really the best answer is to say that we're trying to leverage commercial data. We're trying to leverage other satellite sensors outside of the NASA suite. So there's NASA, we have the GIRH sensor as well. There are European sensors that we've been leveraging that also are the visible and near infrared sensors as well that have a higher resolution. Of course, we use Landsat, which has a 30-meter resolution. So a lot of folks have focused on strategically merging MODIS and Landsat, MODIS and GIRH, MODIS and the Sentinel data. And this is a whole nother field of science that we've been trying to do this, trying to increase the spatial resolution and temporal resolution. The short answer is, if you look, in fact, tomorrow I'll be talking about an increased spatial resolution of a soil moisture product that Dr. Lakshmi produced. And this was based on combining with other satellite observations. So in short, the key is merging observations with the land surface model. So when you do this, you sort of extend your spatial and temporal continuity of that observation. And it's job security for us, I think, because there's people are finding better ways of doing it in more effective ways. Venkat, do you have an answer?
So the answer to your question is that Landsat is there from the 1980s. So we have 40 years of Landsat data at 30-meter resolution. The best part of Landsat is that, you can look at like August or September, whenever you have least cloud cover for land use, land cover classification every month from 1980 to 2022 and see the land use changes. Now, if you go to commercial, it's only about 8 years long. It's 1 meter, but it's only 8 years long. So you can't do too much. And if you want to see the deforestation of a rainforest, or you want to see the development of agricultural lands, you can only see for the last 8 years. But on the other hand, the last 8 years are probably the most important for decision making, especially in urban rural area or urban agricultural area fringes. So I think, as John suggested, combining MODIS, which is 20 years long, Landsat, which is 40 years long, and commercial, which is about 8 years long, is the best way to go. But we have found that Landsat is very good. And I think Landsat is on Google Earth Engine. So you can do anything you want on Google Earth Engine, as Sean demonstrated it. So yeah.
No, not for that specific application, but yeah, it is definitely Landsat. The whole archive is on Earth Engine, so definitely make use of it.
Does that answer your question? No. Okay. Well, we can talk more. Yeah. Were there any questions? I don't know.
Hay una herramienta de detección que sea válida para cuantificar transportes, sedimentos, ríos, cuencas. Perdón, quería saber si existe alguna herramienta de teledetección que se pueda aplicar para cuantificar transporte de sedimentos en cuencas de ríos. Te explico porque, yo trabajo en la cuenca del río Bermejo. El río Bermejo es uno de los 5 ríos más grandes del mundo en cuanto a transporte de sedimentos. Y nuestro gran problema es que a veces nos piden cuantificar o hacer, digamos, una validación de cuánto transporte trae el río. Y hay veces que no tenemos tantas estaciones de medición como para hacer esa validación. Entonces la idea es saber si se puede hacer con el análisis temporal, series temporales de imágenes, tener una idea de la cuantificación de sedimentos. Para que tenga una idea, el río Bermejo más o menos transporta 10 millones de toneladas al año a la altura del Paraná. Y prácticamente el delta del Paraná son los sedimentos que vienen de la cuenca del Bermejo. Se caracteriza porque todos los sedimentos son limos y arcillas, o sea, son coloides. Entonces, por eso llega hasta la Cuenca del Plata gran cantidad de sedimentos.
I wish you had heard that question. So thank you. So in short, it's about sediment transfer and how we can have observations of sediment transport through satellite observations? And the answer is that the answer is perfect because, or the question is great because that's why we've been working with the Army Corps. Because the Army Corps, through their HEC and their HEC-RAS models and their other suite of models, do focus on sediment transfer. We've also been using the Soil Water Assessment Tool, or SWAT. But what we've really been trying to do is use satellite observations to constrain these models so that they can be a proxy for ground observations of sediment transfer. Do you have sediment transfer examples tomorrow? You do not. All right, you're fired. Big Cat, you have, or do you have an answer as well?
So the answer to that question is two-part. One is for overland sediment erosion, you have to use a model. Like, there's a very simple formula. I can't remember it. It's slope times, Russell, yeah. So the runoff, the land use and the slope and all that stuff. So you have to, and then you have to get it to the river. Now, any river which is wider than, for MODIS color, it has to be wider than 1 kilometer. So it can't be anything smaller than the Amazon. But if you have a VIS-IR sensor, which is smaller than the field of view is smaller than the width of the river, then you can see the color of the river, and the differences in the color. If you calibrate it, you can figure out the sediment, having already transported the sediment from the hill slope to the river, because you have to do that part first. So it's a combination of erosion, which is based on land cover, land use, slope, topography, everything, and rainfall. And then the transport on the river or into the reservoir or into the lake, where you can easily observe the changes in color, because most of these lakes are big. They're bigger than 1 kilometer, and you can do that. And then you can also get the observations of the turbidity using a Secchi disk or very simple observation. So I think the answer to sediment transport is much more complicated, but it can be done. It can be done better than we were doing it 40 years ago because of all the great remote sensing. Now, how we can use the commercial data to look at this is a challenge, because commercial data is 1 meter and it's multiple observations. So if we can use commercial data and translate it into VIS-IR, which we're actually doing, we have actually a poster at the Fall AGU meeting on mapping the Yellowstone River floods in Yellowstone National Park in the past June, using commercial data, and as well as Sentinel and all kinds of other sensors. But quantification is going to be very difficult because field observations of sediment in these rivers is not that simple. Thank you.
Bueno, una complementación, la Agencia Francesa de Cooperación está haciendo un estudio con Sentinel, entonces podemos ver el contacto con el Corebe para que les pasen el tema de sedimentos. Bueno, buenas tardes, mi nombre es César Echeverría, yo trabajo en recursos hídricos en... Hola, yo trabajo en recursos hídricos en Bolivia, y una pregunta que teníamos es que nosotros trabajamos a nivel ministerial, entonces damos las políticas de manejo de datos a nivel nacional en el tema agua. La pregunta que les hacía mi compañero es que, por ejemplo, a nivel MODIS podemos ver cierto nivel de información que es a nivel país, la que administro yo. A nivel menor de gobernanza son las gobernaciones que yo podría recomendar que utilicen, por ejemplo, Sentinel por la escala. A mí como país no me interesa ver ríos pequeños, me interesa ver ríos grandes para gestionarlos. Entonces yo manejo MODIS. Ellos podrían manejar Landsat y quizás un nivel mucho más pequeño, que es un municipio, un downtown, quizás puedan utilizar Spot. De manera que cuando yo les entregue el modelo que veíamos ahora en la explicación que nos daban, los 3 niveles podríamos hacer un mismo análisis en diferentes escalas. De manera que yo no tenga que ver ríos muy pequeños que no son de mi incumbencia, ni el municipio tenga que ver ríos muy grandes que tampoco son de su incumbencia. Entonces la pregunta que le hacía era, y también yo le hacía hace un momento hacía la pregunta ahí a un ámbito más privado, más personal, era cuáles son las escalas de trabajo definidas por tipo de imágenes. Me refiero a que los municipios, por ejemplo, utilizan Landsat, es 30 metros. pero no necesitan ese tipo de información, necesitan información a otra escala. Y en el tema que nosotros tocamos es que acá hay escala radiométrica, escala temporal, hay diferentes escalas, pero que es diferentes precisiones, pero no hablan en ningún momento de escalas. Entonces sería muy importante asentar en eso para los diferentes niveles que tenemos acá de gestión de recursos.
Yes. Okay. That's a complicated question. Don't repeat it. I don't think you need to limit your use of Landsat or MODIS to a particular scale of the problem you're trying to attack. I think you can use them across scales. You can use Landsat to look at broad, if you accumulate multiple, areas, you can use Landsat for both national as well as very local applications. Okay. Same thing with MODIS. I mean, some of the algorithms that I'm looking at tomorrow apply to both MODIS and Landsat, and as long as the channels reference, you can use them for both. It just depends on how high of a resolution you really want to analyze on a regular and recurring basis. How much horsepower, how much compute power do you have? Whether it's a cloud-free image, when it was taken, all of that. Ideally, if you're doing decision-making at the very local level for water resources, you're going to include the information from the national level in order so that you don't have a difference in between the analysis that you're doing at the local level, so that each of those analyses are in line. Okay. I'm not a policymaker. Actually, Will is a very good person to talk to on policy type things, because they deal a lot more with those things. We're more on the science side of how do you, what's the algorithm? How do you derive this type of a product based on that data? What's the model algorithm? That type of stuff. But when you link the data to some of the things that you're talking about from a scale perspective, you might want to talk to Will and find out how how some of those water resource decisions are applied across scales. Am I bad with pointing you out, Will? Okay, he hid, but I think you can talk to Will about that. Okay. Okay. Thanks for asking a really complicated. You made me think, and it's late. But yeah. Okay, so any more questions? Like
Day one.
Question on the chat. When you combine different resolution data, for example, Landsat and Sentinel, how do you manage the pixel information of the combination?
It's a whole science. I want to hand this to Dr. Lakshmi in the back.
So it all depends. I think it's best to scale it up to the lowest resolution. So if Landsat is 30 meter and Sentinel is 20 meter, you do everything at 30 meters. But if there is a way in which you can take the 20 meter data and disaggregate the 30 meter data, then you can get more information using the sub-pixel variability in the 30 meter data using the 20 or 10 meter data. So, it just depends on the kind of application you're looking at. The simplest application would be vegetation. And, looking at how vegetation varies on a small scale, you can build up, take the larger scale and use it, for repeat disaggregation.
Sean, do you have examples in Google Earth Engine of multi-resolution combinations?
Not in Earth Engine. I have worked on projects where we did something similar, where we aggregated up to the coarse resolution, whatever that product was. A lot of times it's MODIS. So we would have to resample or, take a, say, 30-meter Landsat and then, basically resample to a coarser resolution to do an apples to apples comparison. But that's the only example I have. You can certainly do it in Earth Engine. I have not done it, but that would be the
Yeah.
example I'd use.
I want to see if we can find an example. That's might be some homework for me before the end of the week, because we're doing it in our current research with the soil moisture work. We're doing it with our vegetation lane cover work that we did through ISAT and the Mekong. Yeah, so there's different things. This space for time approach, essentially, if your data set is lacking a long time period, using multiple data sets of different resolution can overcome that in different ways. So that's a very, very good question as well.
Okay, we're ready.
With
Yeah.
that, I wanted to recognize Larissa and Perry and Taylor for all the hard work in making this all happen. And I'm kind of amazed, or not really amazed, because you guys are great, but we got it done. And thank you so much for all your hard work in making this happen. Yeah.
What was that? Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that went into putting this on. Larissa and Perry and Taylor did a lot of coordination. Jennifer Rainey helped with getting the funding together so that people could travel to this. Jenna is, around. I mean, there's a lot of people that went into this. We have a long week to go though. So we're going to thank everybody, at the very end, and give everybody a big group hug, because they're going to need it at the end. Okay. I appreciate you being here and your patience and your attention and being active and your questions. I really do. This has been great. But you're probably tired now. So I think we can call it a day. We're going to call it a day. We're done. Come back. Hey, don't forget, come back tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Y cualquier consulta o la retroalimentación, por favor, envíenos por correo al water@oas.org. Cualquier tema que le gustaría que toquen durante la semana y que no está en la agenda, por favor, envíennos el mensaje a ese correo. Y bueno, nos vemos entonces en el Hotel Briso, ¿sí? En el rooftop. Está a 5 o 6 minutos caminando. Briso, sí, se los puedo compartir en la pantalla la dirección. Gracias. Estimados, solo un último anuncio. Si no tuvieron el chance de descargar el paquete en el GitHub por temas de internet, entonces les recomendamos que lo sigan haciendo ya en el hotel, que puede ser un poco mejor, para que mañana ya lo traigan todos instalados.